Chapter 17. Boston, Halloween 1995. Vegas had Fight Night. New Orleans had Mardi Gras. Boston had Halloween. Thousands of college students howling through the streets, dressed in costumes that were usually more about skin than scare. Glowing jack-o'-lanterns and dangling plastic skeletons leading the way to overflowing campus keg parties, Ivy League masquerade formals, and brewery-sponsored bar celebrations. Crowds of witches, ghosts, Victoria's Secret garbed fairies, and the odd Star Wars character roaming throughout the Back Bay, most of them too inebriated to feel self-conscious about how ridiculous they looked. When the bars and parties finally shut down a little after 2 in the morning, drunken hordes of bizarre Brothers Grimm characters poured back onto Boylston and Newbury, in search of the rarest creature of all, a vacant taxicab. Like a Salvador Dali painting come to life, Kevin mumbled as he followed Fisher and Martinez up the front steps to Mickey Rose's apartment building at the base of Beacon Hill. October had been a particularly balmy month, and this evening was no exception. Most of the costumed girls they had passed had been dressed as genies or schoolgirls, showing even more skin than usual. Kevin was reminded of the outfit Terry had worn the last time he saw her in Vegas, a backless rhinestone shirt and tight leather pants. This was just about the only night of the year that she would fit in around Boston. Truth was, Kevin could not imagine her outside of Vegas. Or, more accurately, he couldn't imagine himself with her outside of Vegas. They reached the front door to the building, and Fisher searched for the bell. The building was a converted 5-story townhouse, split into 3 separate condos. Mickey owned the top 2 floors, impressive, considering this was one of the most expensive parts of town, a charming mix of old and new wealth within easy walking distance of both the Commons and the Charles. Since they had called ahead, Mickey was expecting them. He buzzed them inside and sent the elevator down to pick them up. He was waiting for them in the hallway and ushered them into his living room with a wide smile. Though the apartment was obviously expensive, the decor was right in tune with Mickey's disheveled appearance. Mountains of books were spread over the hardwood floor, and the shelves that ran along the far wall were so cluttered they buckled in the middle like they were about to collapse. There were 2 poorly matched couches facing each other in the center of the room, and a torn, aging leather easy chair tucked into a corner. As Kevin followed Fisher and Martinez to one of the couches, he noticed that most of the books were about card counting in Las Vegas, and most of the items on the shelves had to do with blackjack, dozens of unopened decks of cards, actual Vegas shoes, memento chips from various strip hotels, even a pair of dealer uniforms that Kevin recognized from the Mirage. It was obvious from just a quick glance at the way Mickey lived that his world revolved around blackjack. That only made what was about to happen more difficult. Mickey offered the 3 of them drinks, which they declined. Then he sat across from them and waited for Fisher to start. Fisher seemed to be searching for the right words, then shrugged and just let it out all at once. To Kevin's surprise, Mickey took the news fairly well. He listened carefully as Fisher explained the situation to him. The team no longer wanted or needed his money. Although everyone appreciated what he had done for them so far, it was time for the team to take care of itself. When Fisher was finished, Mickey leaned back on his couch, crossing one leg over the other. He turned from Fisher to Martinez, then settled his gaze on Kevin, the youngest of the 3. So you've all agreed on this? He wasn't smiling anymore, but his tone was still amicable. Kevin had expected anger or, at the least, disappointment. But Mickey seemed to have seen this coming. That didn't make Kevin feel any better. Mickey had taught him how to count cards. He had been Kevin's surrogate father in Vegas, and things were going to be very different without him. We took a vote, Fisher plowed forward. It was unanimous. It hadn't been anywhere near as simple as that. The team meeting the night before had lasted more than 7 hours. The opposition to Fisher's decision had come mainly from Kiana, who believed that Mickey was the soul of the MIT blackjack team. The argument had turned heated, even personal. Fisher accused her of letting an emotional attachment to Mickey cloud her judgment about the team. Mickey was a father figure for Kiana as well, and, Fisher had intimated, maybe something more. She had not denied the accusation. Instead, she had pointed out what many of them were thinking. Mickey knew more about card counting than anyone on the team. Things were going well at the moment, but what if the atmosphere changed? In the end, she had succumbed to Fisher's persistence. They were giving away too much of their hard-earned money. And there was nothing to fear from the casinos. Not that Mickey could protect them, he couldn't even set foot on the gambling floor. If that's your decision, Mickey said, showing his palms. That's how it will have to be. I'll notify my investors tomorrow morning. I guess the stock market will have to be good enough from now on. He laughed, the sound revealing a little pain at the edges. Despite his demeanor, this obviously wasn't easy for him. He had built this team from the ground up. Kevin reminded himself that Mickey still had the amphibians. Hell, for all he knew, Mickey had a dozen teams running around Vegas. He'd be okay in the end. I hope we can all remain friends, Mickey said, as Martinez and Kevin nodded. Maybe help each other out now and then. I know that. Things are going extremely well right now, but let me give you guys some advice. Don't let yourselves get too comfortable. Remember everything I taught you. Every time you walk into a casino, they're watching. Every time you cash in a chip, they're taking notes. Sooner or later, they're going to start asking questions. And things will change. Kevin felt a chill in the room. It was the first time Mickey had ever said anything so negative about their future prospects. Kevin could see that his words had also affected Martinez, whose cheeks had gone taut. But Fisher still wore a bitter expression. He was finished with Mickey and was ready to move on. One last thing, Mickey said, as the three of them rose from the couch. The most important decision a card counter ever has to make is the decision to walk away. From a bad table, from a negative shoe, from an unfriendly casino. It was the one thing I was never very good at. He shook each of their hands, pausing in front of Fisher. Good luck, Mickey said quietly. Let's hope the cards keep falling our way. Chapter 18. Boston, November 1995. With Mickey gone from the picture, the other figure on Kevin's IRS forms was growing at an amazing rate. At Fisher's urging, he increased his investment to $250,000, almost all of it earnings from his first year and a half as a card counter. Kiana, Mike, and Brian all made heavy investments in the team, and even Dylan and Jill were permitted to make a small investment, more to keep them happy than because the team needed the money. Martinez and Fisher provided the bulk of the stash, more than $400,000 apiece. Andrew Tay continued to spot for dollars, but he wasn't complaining. How many sophomores were earning $5,000 a weekend? The split with Mickey had little effect on the team's performance over the next 6 months. The cards did continue to fall in their favor, and they had stellar weekends beginning with New Year's and running all the way to Memorial Day. Kevin saw less of Terry during this period. Football was in full swing, and she was traveling with the Rams most weekends, but he was so busy planning trips for the team that he wouldn't have had much time for her, anyway. The logistics of bringing 12 people to Vegas who weren't supposed to know one another, along with over $1 million in cash and chips, was a problem challenging enough for any engineering major. As the newest, and largest, member on the team, Andrew Tay became the donkey boy, carrying most of the stash taped to his body. In this role, his paranoia came in handy. He carried the bags of money as if they were filled with unstable explosives, and worked his way through airport security with a drug smuggler's intensity. Fisher took over for Mickey from the moment they arrived in Vegas. He gave a shortened version of Mickey's speech, then made out the assignments that he and Martinez had prepared the night before. Kevin stuck with his squad, Tay, Dylan, and Jill, and usually rotated among the Mirage, the Stardust, and the MGM Grand. He knew most of the pit bosses by name and became familiar with a good percentage of the dealers. A few of them might have noticed that he was unusually lucky at the tables, but amid the swarms of big-money gamblers who hit Vegas on the big weekends, good luck wasn't enough to raise anyone's suspicions. Sooner or later, they assumed, a big gambler would give it all back. That was the nature of the disease. Most of the Vegas excursions went smoothly. In fact, only one incident marred an almost perfect record of highly profitable play. It happened the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, sometime past midnight. Kevin and his squad were working the tables at the MGM Grand when Kevin noticed one of the amphibians, Sanjay Das's Japanese roommate, sitting at the same table as Tay. There was nothing worse than two card counters working the same table. From the eyes in the sky, the matched play would look ridiculous, like a comedy skit played out in cards. Kevin didn't know if Mickey was behind the similar schedule, or if the amphibians were also working on their own, but he wasn't going to let them fuck up his weekend. Tonight the MGM Grand was his turf. Even though Tay hadn't called him in, he sat down at the table right next to the Japanese kid and threw down an insignificant bet. Then he started in on the kid, talking in a loud, drunken voice. "Man, I've been playing cards for 6-7 hours. That's like 400 hands, and you should see how many 6s and 7s and 9s I got, and I have so much trouble adding them up, 7 plus 6 and 6 plus 8, and hey, what have you got there, a 5 and a 9, is that 14 or what?" The Japanese counter stared at him, his face reddening. He was getting rattled, probably losing the count. Kevin continued throwing numbers lodged in incomprehensible babble, until finally the kid got up from the table and started to walk away. Kevin rose, following him straight into the bathroom. When the kid lined up at one of the urinals, Kevin slid in next to him. "Hey, jackass," Kevin started. This wasn't Boston, this was Vegas, and in Vegas, Kevin didn't mince words. "We were here first." The kid looked at him. "Excuse me? You know who I am. So take your team and find some other place to play. We both stay here, we're going to burn each other out." The kid mulled it over. Then he shrugged. "I never liked the buffet here anyway." He left without flushing, and took his team with him. Back in the casino, Kevin made an executive decision and decided to shut things down early. If Tay had been compromised by working the same table as the amphibian, there was a chance he'd get caught in the surveillance fallout, and there was no reason to take the risk. They'd already made enough to carry them all the way through the summer. That Sunday night, they had a blowout party in a celebrity suite at the Stardust. Kevin did so many shots of tequila that he lost count and ended up challenging Tay to a wrestling match on the living room floor. In the scuffle they knocked over a coffee table, appending one of the duffel bags. Chips and cash flew everywhere, littering the shag carpet. Kevin lay on his back laughing, scooping huge handfuls of $100 bills and tossing them into the air. He closed his eyes, his head swirling, as he bathed in a cool green rain of Benjamins. The quiet summer gave way to a clarion fall. The second week of October, Martinez got wind of a new casino in southwestern Connecticut. Constructed in the same vein as Fox Woods, which had opened a few years earlier, the Mohegan Sun was the newest addition to the panoply of Indian casinos sprouting up in wooded areas across the country, built on a massive scale to lure suburbanites who couldn't quite justify the flight to Vegas. Back when Mickey was in charge of the team, they had avoided Indian casinos for the simple reason that the reservations were considered independent legal entities. There was no way to guarantee a player's rights like in Vegas. If the tribal council suddenly decided that card counting was illegal, things could get ugly pretty fast. Nobody wanted to end up languishing in an Indian jail. But the Mohegan Sun seemed too good to resist. Martinez had heard through contacts at MIT that the amphibians had hit the casino its opening weekend, just a week earlier, and positively killed the place. The amphibians had taken $250,000 from the Indians, who hadn't had any idea what had hit them. They simply weren't prepared for card counters. From what Martinez had heard, the place was full of inexperienced dealers and pit bosses. They were dealing almost to the bottom of the deck, giving easy access to the last card on the rollover, and were completely unprepared for a card-counting assault. Their pit bosses probably couldn't even recognize amateur backspotters, let alone the MIT pros. Kevin, Fisher, and Martinez took a straw vote, and the decision was made. They would hit the Mohegan the following weekend. Only Jill dissented, warning that if something went wrong, they could get themselves into a legal mess. But the team was riding so high from the past 6 months that not even the fear of an Indian jail could dissuade them. The Mohegan lived up to the hype. Although smaller than Fox Woods, it was charmingly designed with tribal-inspired interiors, plenty of exposed wood, hanging plants, and artificial sunlight, a stark contrast to the smoggy atmosphere of most Vegas casinos. The Casino of the Earth was enormous, the fourth largest in the U.S., with over 180,000 square feet of gaming area and more than 190 tables. Because of the casino's size, Fisher and Martinez suggested that the entire team play together, like they had in Chicago. Kevin and Martinez would take turns as BP, and Fisher would spot and monitor the casino personnel in case anything went wrong. If he sensed trouble, he would give a signal and they would all head outside to the parking lot. They rented 2 vans with drivers to bring them into Connecticut early Friday night. The ride took about 2 hours, with an extra 40 minutes tacked on by a short stop at a strip club in Hartford, where a friend of Martinez's from Vegas was dancing for the weekend. When they arrived at the casino, they immediately split up and headed for the tables. They weren't checking into the hotel or breaking for food. They would work straight through the night and get the hell out of there. Fisher called it a surgical strike. By 2 a.m. they were up $100,000. By 4, they were closing in on the amphibians' take, with more than $230,000 in purple chips filling a duffel bag slung over Andrew Tay's shoulder. At 5, Kevin was BP with a stake of over $1 million in chips, nearly a third of its sheer profit. On the final play of the night, he had 6 hands of $5,000 apiece spread out across an empty table, Fisher watching from 10 feet away. After doubling and splitting, Kevin ended up with 8 hands of $5,000, and won every hand. He nonchalantly glanced back at Fisher to signal that it was time to quit, when he noticed that Fisher had gone pale. He turned back to see a pit boss approaching from the other end of the casino. Christ! The stoop-shouldered, balding pit boss didn't look Indian, but he carried with him the weight of the entire Mohegan tribe. Kevin had visions of his team scalped and strung up in the trees surrounding the casino. Then he noticed that the bald man was smiling and had a clipboard in his hands. What's more, he didn't have any security in tow. "Mr. Chiu," he said, using Kevin's alias of the moment. "We've been watching you all night." Kevin's stomach turned upside down, and he began looking for the exits. "Why is that?" "Because you're exactly the sort of person we want to feel at home here at the Mohegan Sun. Are you aware of our comps program?" Kevin shook his head because he had momentarily lost the ability to speak. "At the Mohegan," the man continued, "you can use your comp points to purchase wonderful gifts from our casino treasure chest. And Mr. Chiu, you've generated an amazing amount of comp points." He showed Kevin the clipboard. At the top of the sheet of computer paper was a large number corresponding to Kevin's average bet and the amount of hours he had played. The rest of the page was filled with items Kevin could purchase using the comp points, everything from microwave ovens to a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Kevin blinked, then forced a look of calm on his face. "You're running a great casino here," he said, as he began to go down the list. That evening the team left the Mohegan Sun with $330,000 in profit. Kevin ended up stocking his new apartment, courtesy of the Mohegan Sun comp program, with a brand new widescreen TV, a Sony stereo, 2 VCRs, a cordless phone, a Sony camcorder, 6 Walkmen, and a rice cooker. Although Kevin didn't find out until years later, a few weeks after his team killed the Casino of the Earth, the Mohegan Sun got the accounting numbers for their first 2 weekends of play, and discovered a horrid discrepancy at the blackjack tables. Realizing they had been the victims of a card-counting coup, they immediately instituted changes to their gaming rules. First and foremost, they outlawed mid-shoe entry. If you wanted to sit down at one of their tables, you had to wait for the dealer to shuffle. At the same time, they retrained all their dealers to place the cut card at 3 decks, shuffling well before the running count became useful. Card counting became impossible at the Mohegan Sun. The place was effectively burned down by the 2 MIT teams. If Kevin had known about the changes that came as a direct result of his team's play, he might have wondered how the Vegas casinos were going to react when they eventually recognized the threat rising out of the underbelly of MIT. They had already tried changing their blackjack rules once before, and had met with disastrous results. No doubt they'd have to figure out some other way to discourage the MIT card counters. But Kevin was oblivious to the changes at the Mohegan Sun. He only knew that he had earned enough money to pay a year's rent in a single night. The team followed up its rout of the Mohegan with an incredible holiday season in Vegas. They earned a staggering 80% return on their investments by the end of February and continued pounding out profits right into the following summer. Mickey Rose's warning faded away as the team grew richer with each passing month. To be sure, there were more than a handful of losing weekends. Sometimes the cards did not fall their way. And at one point, Dylan ran an analysis on Brian's play, after a long losing streak that was costing them close to $5,000 every night he spotted. But the losses fell within the expected variances, and Dylan didn't see any reason for them to worry. Brian would start winning again soon enough, and the wins would more than make up for the losses. At the beginning of the summer, Kevin decided it was time to start working again. He was tired of trying to describe his imaginary occupation to family and friends outside the card-counting community, and he was beginning to feel too marginalized by his weekend-based lifestyle. Terry, whom he still saw on a regular basis, didn't understand his urge to do something more productive with his free time. She didn't think there was anything more productive than earning money, and the team was certainly doing that. But Kevin needed more. He used his engineering background to land a position in the business development department of a small startup in Boston. The job allowed him some control of his own schedule and wouldn't interfere with his Vegas weekends. Even so, Fisher was unhappy with Kevin's decision and made no secret of his feelings. One drunken Sunday evening at the Hard Rock, he questioned Kevin's loyalty to the art of counting, and they nearly came to blows. But in the end, Fisher apologized, explaining that he was just afraid Kevin would lose his edge if he became a 9-to-5er. Kevin assured him that would never happen. He had stayed with the team because he couldn't be satisfied by a 9-to-5 life. What he didn't tell Fisher was that he couldn't be satisfied with the gambler's lifestyle either. He needed a combination of the two. The startup's atmosphere fit well with Kevin's personality, and he quickly moved up the ranks of the company, earning stock options and a salary that almost compared to his Vegas take. Between the two, he was making more than his father had ever made in his life, and he was only 24 years old. For his 25th birthday, he used his host connections to get the entire team front row tickets to the fight of the season, Mike Tyson vs. Evander Holyfield at the MGM Grand. Fisher and Martinez were touched by the gesture, payback for that very first weekend when they took him to Atlantic City and introduced him to their way of life. Fisher decided it would be a banner weekend for the team. They would gather the biggest stake they'd ever attempted, letting everyone on the team invest at once. It was a risky venture, more than $2 million in play at the same time, but they were emboldened by the past 2 years of success. Mickey's warning aside, it didn't seem like there was anything to fear. It was a fight night like no other. Kevin had never seen the MGM Grand so crowded, and by 7 p.m. on Saturday, the people were packed so close, it was almost impossible to move through the gambling area. Kevin and Fisher agreed that they needed to postpone play until later that night. The team headed off to their separate rooms. 10 minutes before fight time, Kevin began experiencing the first signs of a bout of food poisoning, intense stomach pains, nausea, the works. Realizing that there was no way he could make the fight, he used the hotel phone to call an 800 number Fisher had set up in case of emergencies, and left a message that he would meet the team in the casino when he felt better. Normally, he would try and struggle through the pain to see Tyson and Holyfield, but since he hadn't gotten any sleep the night before, his body was already working on fumes. It was disappointing, but there would be other fights. Tyson wasn't going anywhere, as far as Kevin knew. Kevin lay down on the vast king-size bed for a short nap. The stomach pains subsided around 11:30, and he took a quick shower, got dressed, and headed downstairs. When the elevators opened on the casino floor, he was met with a strange sight. The entire place was empty. The crowds had vanished, and the only people he saw meandering between the slot machines were dressed in the MGM Grand security uniforms. He moved toward the blackjack pit. Right in the center of the gambling area, one of the tables was lying on its side. Yellow police tape was wrapped around the table, and Kevin could see piles of different colored chips strewn across the floor. He stood there, staring in utter shock, until a floor manager passed by. "Eddie," Kevin asked. "What the hell's going on?" The man stopped, recognizing him immediately. "You weren't at the fight, Mr. Fung?" Kevin shook his head. "Looks like things got out of hand." "Sure did. Tyson bit off Holyfield's ear. Damnedest thing I ever saw. A riot broke out. Then someone fired a handgun out here in the casino. Everyone started stampeding. Turned over one of the blackjack tables, chips flying everywhere. People started grabbing the chips, and we had to evacuate the place. Shut the whole casino down for the night." Kevin whistled. He wondered how much money a place like the MGM Grand was going to lose, closing down for the night. How much did people steal? Kevin asked, looking at all the black and purple chips spread out across the floor. "Don't know, but we got some of them on tape. Someone upstairs told me he saw a friend of Dominique Wilkins, the basketball star, scooping up purples. Crazy stuff. We're having a meeting later tonight. Don't know what's going to happen for sure, but I hear that the last time something like this went down, they changed the $500 chips and up, so the thieves couldn't exchange them for cash. Of course, that won't affect our prized guests such as yourself. I can vouch for whatever chips you've got lying around your room." Kevin nodded, but inside he was on fire. It wasn't the few chips in his room he was worried about. Overall, the team had over $200,000 in MGM chips. Added to the fact that the entire team was playing under aliases, that could make for a tricky situation. No one other than professional card counters kept that much money in chips. If they tried to exchange them for the new chips, there would certainly be an investigation. Their aliases would break down, and hell would break loose. Fuck. Kevin quickly went back up to his room and called the 800 number again. Fisher called back 10 minutes later and told him to meet at the Paradise, one of their emergency rendezvous. The bouncer at the door to the Club Paradise Gentlemen's Club was built like a mountain. His huge frame was stuffed into a $2,000 pinstriped suit, crafted out of enough material to blanket half of Nevada. He was African American, with a crew cut and multiple tattoos running up the back of his neck. The rumor was that he had played football for a number of NFL teams before a car accident left him with a limp and a job at the hottest high-class strip club in Nevada. A wide smile broke across his face as Kevin got out of the MGM Grand Limo, provided free of charge by his host, of course. Kevin had a $100 bill in the palm of his hand as he moved past the velvet rope outside the club, ensuring that the smile would be just as wide. The next time Kevin frequented the Paradise, the bouncer passed him off to the club manager just inside the door. Another $100 bill got another smile, and Kevin was led through the dark entrance area of the club toward the VIP booths near the back. The air was thick with the mingled scents of cigar smoke and expensive perfume. There were leather couches and chairs spread throughout the main area of the club, a dimly lit rabbit warren of alcoves and raised sections surrounding two stages. The club was crowded, the chairs and couches occupied by well-dressed men, predominantly middle-aged. Kevin recognized a few celebrities thrown into the mix, many of them frequent guests to the Paradise: James Caan, Jack Nicholson, Dennis Rodman. The Paradise was a favorite with the Hollywood and sports world A-list, and a passing glance at the women dancing on both stages and throughout the club explained why. Mostly blonde, tall, and well-endowed, the women of the Paradise were the best on the Strip. Some of them had graced the pages of Playboy and Penthouse, some were headliners at the expensive clubs in New York, LA, and points in between. Others were models who had, for whatever reason, given up runway careers and gotten breast jobs. Most were under the age of 25, many as young as 18. All were exquisite physical specimens as well as skilled dancers, without a doubt, the cream of the strip club crop. They came to the Paradise because they could make as much as $3,000 a night, and sometimes much more if they danced for a big enough celebrity or a rich enough Japanese businessman. When Kevin reached the VIP area, he thanked the manager and made his way to his customary table on his own. Fisher and Martinez were already there, and a half-dozen colorful drinks were spread out across the tablecloth. A beautiful blonde was seated on Martinez's lap, gyrating as he whispered into her ear. Her bra was resting on Fisher's thigh, and her staggeringly large breasts glowed in the flashing lights from the VIP stage. Kevin dropped into a leather seat next to Fisher and gestured toward Martinez. "Seems like you guys have recovered from the excitement pretty well." Fisher nodded. "You missed a hell of a scene." Tyson went nuts, then the crowd went nuts, then someone started shooting. "Christ, I thought we were going to get trampled." Martinez and I hid behind the slot machines until they closed the casino. The others got out right away and headed over to the Mirage. The dancer finished her dance and reached for her bra. Martinez introduced her to Kevin. "This is Barbie." "No kidding. She's from Dallas." Kevin smiled as he shook her hand. Truth was, he'd met her before. Along with Fisher, Martinez, and Tay, he had spent a fair amount of time at the Paradise. Some nights he went through a couple $1,000s on lap dances, other nights he just sat in the back and nursed a few drinks, but he found the dark anonymity of the place calming. The visuals were pretty good as well. Barbie put her top back on and headed off toward the VIP stage. As she climbed up to the silver dancing pole in the middle of the raised platform, Martinez leaned in close to Fisher. "It's settled," he said. "She'll bring some of her friends over to our room tonight to work out the details." Kevin stared at the two of them. "What the fuck are you two doing?" "We've got an emergency here." The MGM Grand is going to change all its high chips. We're sitting on $200,000 in worthless plastic. And you're arranging a goddamn orgy? Martinez grinned. Fisher gripped Kevin's leg. Relax, you fucking Mormon. We're not arranging an orgy. We're solving our problem. Kevin swatted his thick hand away. His stomach still hurt from earlier, and he wasn't in the mood to play games. Who's solving our problem? You and Barbie? That's right, Martinez responded. Kevin, who carries around multiple $1,000 chips, other than professional gamblers? Kevin suddenly realized why Fisher had told him to meet at the Paradise. He leaned back in the leather chair. It was fucking brilliant. High-class strippers, Kevin said, impressed. Celebrities, gamblers, and businessmen all had similar routines. Win or lose, they hit the strip clubs shortly after hitting the tables. When they were winning, they came to spread their good fortune. When they lost, they came to drown their sorrows in alcohol and silicone. They paid for their drinks in cash, but they often tipped with chips. The strippers didn't mind, it was all money to them. Barbie's going to get 6 of her friends to help, Fisher said. Each one will exchange 15 to 20,000 of our chips for us. The rest we can handle ourselves, 10 to 20,000 each. And how much is this going to cost us? Kevin asked. Martinez shrugged. A lot of lap dances. It will cut into our bottom line a bit, but nothing we can't handle. Can we trust these girls? Kevin didn't like the idea of bringing in total strangers to help them out. Especially girls who were notoriously opportunistic. They're businesswomen, Fisher said. And this is business. They've got no reason to turn us in. The casino isn't paying them, we are. Kevin pursed his lips. It was a great plan. The MGM Grand wouldn't question girls who looked like Barbie. Either they were high-class strippers or high-class whores. Either way, it wouldn't be surprising for them to show up with thousands of dollars in MGM Grand chips. And Fisher was right, these weren't the sort of trashy girls you saw at airport strip clubs. These women made a few $1,000s a night. If they weren't entirely trustworthy, they were certainly predictable. A few of them might walk off with some of our cash, Martinez admitted. But overall I think we'll make out okay. And we won't give ourselves away. That's the important point. Kevin nodded. A few $1,000s one way or the other didn't matter, as long as they didn't sacrifice the system. You guys are pretty smart for college dropouts, he said. Martinez laughed. We know how Vegas works, Kevin. It's all about greasing the right wheels. Lubing the system in all the right places, so it doesn't grind down on top of you. This place is designed for people like us. People who know how to play the game. Martinez was right. In the past 2 years, they had become experts at the game. They knew Vegas better than anyone, better than the dealers, the pit bosses, even the casino managers, better than anyone except maybe the strippers. Kevin began to relax, watching Barbie slither up and down the silver pole. Ither up and down the silver pole. Chapter 19. Las Vegas, present day. The music was a throbbing mix of hip-hop and top 40, the bass turned up so loud the floor seemed to heave with each synthesized beat. Daggers of bright light from a half-dozen disco balls sliced through the strangely misted air, illuminating slivers of nude flesh everywhere I looked. When the overhead lights blinked on for a brief moment as the clock struck 3 a.m., an image straight out of Caligula's fantasies was seared permanently into my memory, a sea of undulating skin rippling and rubbing and writhing as far as my eyes could see. To call Las Vegas's Crazy Horse to a strip club would be misleading, both to the connoisseurs of the form and to those who abhor the very idea of nude flesh for cash. Built, consciously or unconsciously, to resemble a Roman orgy at the twilight of the empire, complete with faux marble pillars smudged with cheap makeup and deeply pocketed chairs that resembled poorly upholstered thrones, the CH2 was quite possibly the most decadent place I'd ever been. It was a Thursday night, and I was seated at the back wall, just a few thrones down from the pillared entrance to the Emperor's room, a dark alcove that acted as the club's VIP area. As usual this time of year, the CH2 was packed, roughly 200 men of various ages milled about the two connected halls, most searching for an empty spot to settle down. Navigating through this mob of testosterone were 150 women garbed in bikinis, lingerie, G-strings, and a few indescribable outfits that amounted to little more than carefully balanced scarves. The women were a multicultural mix of physical styles, from the surgically enhanced blonde bombshell to the petite Southeast Asian geisha. Most of the dancers seemed to be in their early 20s, though there were more than a handful that didn't look a day over 19. But the dancers themselves, though of exceptional quality, weren't the main draw of the CH2. The appeal was its personalized brand of lap dance. Or, more accurately described by the bouncer at the front door, a Vegas-style friction dance. At the moment, the customers on either side of me were getting close-up demonstrations of the CH2's charms. To my right, a lithe Russian woman with cropped dark hair, perky round breasts, and a black leather thong had both legs wrapped around my neighbor's waist. She had his head cupped in her hands, and was rubbing her breasts against his cheeks as she jerked her lower body up and down against his crotch. To my left, a short Japanese girl with dyed blonde hair and a silk kimono, cut away to reveal a truly spectacular feat of mammalian structural engineering, had turned herself completely upside down, engaging in an erotic handstand worthy of the next Summer Olympics. Her hands were flat on the floor, her body twisting like a drunken serpent, while her thighs clenched tight around the shocked face of a middle-aged real estate agent from somewhere in the Midwest. These two dances were not exceptions but the rule. In some darkened corners, the lock of bodies was so libidinous, I felt like I could get arrested just for watching. This was a side of Vegas that made it the most popular bachelor party destination in the history of mankind, an oasis of sexual freedom represented on one end of the spectrum by the topless showgirls who performed in some of the major casinos, and on the other by the whorehouses just outside the Las Vegas city limits. Prostitution itself was not legal in Las Vegas. You had to travel 40 minutes to indulge legally in the oldest profession. But for many, the CH2 was the next best thing. I was trying my best not to watch the Japanese gymnast or the Russian turbo thruster when a tall blonde in a black silk teddy walked right in front of me. She put her hands on her hips, pushing her ample chest forward, and gave me a pouty red smile. "You look like you could use some company." I started to stammer that I was waiting for someone when she dropped roughly onto my lap. Her perfume was overpowering, a mix of flowers and citrus, and her breasts were like pillows against the side of my head. She leaned close to my ear. "I'm April. Kevin Lewis said you wanted to interview me for some book." I raised my eyebrows, surprised. From Kevin's description, I had been expecting someone older to meet me at the designated spot. April looked to be about 25, with wide blue eyes and a smooth, girlish face. She wasn't the hardened man-eater I would have envisioned, knowing her background. She had spent the past 6 years as an exotic dancer here in Vegas, first at the Paradise and, now that she was past her prime in strippers' terms, at the CH2. For most of that span she had also worked as a high-priced escort, contracting herself out to various hosts at the posh strip casinos. In other words, April had been another perk available to the high rollers, along with the champagne, the filet mignon, and the celebrity suites. I introduced myself and asked if there was somewhere quiet we could talk. April smiled, then took my hand and led me to the entrance to the Emperor's room. It wasn't what I had in mind, but April didn't leave any room for argument. She wasn't hard on the outside, but inside she knew how to play the game. It cost me $300 for an hour of her time, and a $20 tip to the VIP bouncer for an isolated couch in the back of the dark alcove. A waitress in a tight bustier brought us champagne and 2 glasses, and April waited for me to pour. While I fumbled with the bottle, she reached behind her back and undid her teddy. "Hold on," I said, "you don't have to do that. I'm just here for research." "Sure you are." She laughed as if she'd heard that line before. "Relax. I just want us to blend in. They have strict rules here about fraternizing with the customers. You don't want me to get into trouble, do you?" The teddy came off. "So how did you meet Kevin?" I asked, trying to focus on the champagne. I knew the answer to my question. Kevin had related the story to me in great detail, but I was curious to hear it from her side. "I picked him up at the Hard Rock," she said simply. Then she smiled. He was sitting at a high roller table in the Peacock Lounge. Purple chips stacked almost to his chin. Loud, obnoxious, spilling booze all over the felt. Just another asshole throwing his money away. April swirled her champagne with a finger. I waited until he got up from the table, then moved up next to him. I asked if he wanted to buy me a drink. He completely lost his shit. The loud, obnoxious boozer turned into a shy, geeky kid. I saw right through him, and he knew it. I nodded. Kevin could play casino personnel, but when it came to a beautiful woman like April, he was all MIT. April was one of the few people in Vegas in whom Kevin had confided. They had connected right from the start, perhaps because of their similarities. In a way, they were both leading double lives. We became friends. He used to come see me at the Paradise. I also knew his girlfriend at the time, Terry Pollock, from the party circuit. Cute girl, great body. She could have made a lot of money if she'd wanted to. I wasn't sure if she was talking about stripping or something more. Kevin had told me that April was a very open person, that nothing was really out of bounds. I decided to see if he was right. How much money can a girl make? Depends what she's willing to do. At the Paradise, I took home a couple $1,000s a night. When I was making house calls, I could earn $500 to $3,000 an hour. Now I'm making a lot less, but I can still handle my mortgage and my car payments. She didn't seem embarrassed by the open admissions about her past and her present. Maybe it was the anonymity of the Emperor's room, maybe it was the fact she was topless and sitting on my lap, or maybe it was just that this was Vegas after 3 a.m. It was a poorly kept secret that Las Vegas had one of the country's most permissive attitudes about the sex industry. Anyone with a phone book and an itchy dialing finger could find a legal escort willing to negotiate illegal extras. If that wasn't good enough, the city was crawling with swingers. Clubs and after-hours establishments where any entrepreneurial conventioneer could find his favorite flavor of vice. Vegas hadn't earned the nickname Sin City because of Siegfried and Roy. Were most of your customers high rollers? I mean the house calls. She sipped her champagne, leaving a half-moon lipstick smear on the glass. I had a business association with a few of the hosts at some of the major casinos. When someone who could afford it came into town and wanted a blonde, they called me. Celebrities, athletes, high-rolling gamblers. The same people who hung out at the Paradise after the fights, the ones who couldn't be satisfied with a lap dance. Vegas had an underside that everyone suspected but never really got to see in action. Somewhere down the line, Kevin and his friends had come right up against that darker side. Though April's experiences as a stripper and a call girl had nothing to do with card counting, she represented the part of Vegas you didn't read about in The guidebooks. Do you like Vegas? I asked. She paused, surprised by the question. Then she shrugged. I like money. In the real world, I'd be working behind a register. Even though I can't make the lineup at the Paradise anymore, I can make a great living bouncing around this shithole. Where else could a girl like me afford a house and a car? Her face hadn't changed, but I could finally hear evidence of the harshness I had expected. Maybe it was the fact that at 25, she was already considered old in her line of work. Or maybe it was just me, an outsider asking questions that could only lead to cliched answers. You could work at one of the casinos, I said. From what I hear, they're always hiring. She refilled her champagne, her naked breasts jostling as she maneuvered the bottle. This place is no different than the casinos. We're all a bunch of liars, just like them. I tried to shift beneath her weight. My legs were starting to cramp. What do you mean? She waved her arms toward the smoked glass wall that separated the Emperor's room from the rest of the club. All the girls are so friendly and smiling and happy to see you. They dance and dazzle and tell jokes while they take your money. Inside, they hate your guts. Each and every one of them. They think you're a sucker and a mark. The vitriol was out of place on her girlish face. The casinos are exactly the same. They give you glitz and flash and glamour. But inside, beneath the smiling faces, they hate you. They know you're a greedy bastard, and they use it to get at your money. They lure you in and rob you blind. And they laugh at you when you leave, every one of them. They laugh and try to figure out ways to get you to come back. She downed her champagne and put the glass on the floor next to the couch. She put her hands on my shoulders and looked me right in the eyes as her toned body started to undulate against my lap. At least here, you get something for your money. At the casinos, they'd milk you dry and leave you outside on the sidewalk, if they could. I wanted to stop her, but it was beyond my control. Instead, I gave her the only response I could think of, the company line. At the casinos, you have a chance of going home a winner. She shook her head, her mane of blonde hair dancing over my face. Don't be naive. Nobody wins in Las Vegas. Kevin Lewis knows that better than anyone. Chapter 20. Las Vegas, Fall 1997. Over the next 2 months, Kevin didn't give much thought to the minor loss of revenues that resulted from the MGM Grand debacle. He was far too busy with his job back in Boston to worry about a few $1,000s of lap dance money. His startup had begun to take off, and he was traveling 3 days a week to meet with clients all over the country. To Fisher's dismay, Kevin put Vegas on the back burner, figuring that the late part of the summer was the slow counting season anyway. It felt surprisingly good to live a normal life, even for a short period of time. He still spoke to Terry on the phone once a week, but the more time he spent away from Vegas, the more obvious it was that they had nothing between them besides Vegas. When Fisher and the team began making the game plan for Labor Day weekend, Kevin actually considered postponing his return to counting for a while longer. But 2 nights before the team left for Vegas, the memories started pouring back, the feel of the money in his hands, the beautiful face card streaming past, the champagne breakfasts and filet mignon feasts, and he dug back into the laundry basket for his portion of the steak. The life was too irresistible. A veteran at 25, card counting was deeply in his blood. To Kevin's surprise, the first venue on his squad's weekend playlist was one of the newer Vegas mega resorts, New York, New York. The casino was definitely not a favorite among professional card counters, though it was certainly one of the great wonders of Las Vegas, an architectural phenomenon designed to make every visitor's jaw drop. The mini replica of New York City was like a guidebook gone three-dimensional, tourists wandered from a replica of Grand Central Station at one entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge at another, passing by a one-third size Statue of Liberty, as well as detailed representations of Greenwich Village, Wall Street, and even Times Square. The casino itself looked like the back lot of a Hollywood movie studio, the Gotham decor so authentic that it seemed like you could smell fresh bagels and Bialys above the customary scent of cigarettes and cheap perfume. But like the city itself, New York was a transportation nightmare. So many tourists came just to gawk that the narrow pathways winding through the resort were jammed in a constant state of pedestrian gridlock. It was hard enough to gamble there on your own, team play was nearly impossible, a task of elbows and shoulders to force a pathway from table to table. Still, Fisher wanted Kevin's squad to give the tourist trap a shot. It was all part of an effort to spread their team's play across a wider variety of casinos, in the hopes of lessening the risk of burning out any individual hot spot. Fisher felt that Kevin had played the MGM Grand, the Stardust, and the Mirage so heavily in the past year, there was a growing chance that someone in one of the surveillance rooms would finally begin to put things together. Kevin thought Fisher was being needlessly paranoid. He hadn't experienced any problems since his first barring back at Bally's, and he had made friends with most of the pit bosses at his favorite haunts. Still, he deferred to his teammates' wishes. Fisher was more experienced, and liked to play the big boss. He was already chafing at Kevin's increased interest in a stable life back in Boston. If a change in scenery would make Fisher happy, Kevin was willing to comply. It took a good 30 minutes for Kevin's spotters to situate themselves in the main gambling area. Dylan and Jill found seats closest to the Brooklyn Bridge entrance, while Tay was nearer to the Statue of Liberty. Kevin began his rounds, aggressively pushing his way through the throngs of people. He often lost sight of Dylan and Jill, but he could usually see Tay's head above the crowd. Partially because of the limited range of movement, he went down a quick $7,000 in the first hour of play. His mood ebbed lower and lower as he was jostled by the tourists, and inside, he was cursing Fisher for making him play this amusement park. Overhead, he could hear the faux Coney Island roller coaster whizzing around the upper part of the casino. The screams of the riders made his head throb. He wanted to get back to the relative calm of the Mirage or the Stardust. Even the MGM Grand was better than this. He caught sight of Jill through a crack in the surge of people, and saw that her arms were crossed over her chest. Either she was trying to keep the mob of people behind her table from looking down her low-cut blouse, or she was calling him into a hot deck. He ambled over, missing at least 2 hands before finally reaching the table. He slid in between Jill and an overweight man in a Hawaiian shirt and baggy shorts. The rest of the table was full, most of the players dressed in equally colorful and equally tasteless clothes. Jill passed him the count. "I sure hope my sister remembers to feed my cat," a solid +9. He started at a minimum bet of $700 and quickly followed the cards up to $2,000 a hand. In 10 minutes he won $17,000, erasing his loss for the evening and lightening his mood. Maybe New York wasn't so bad after all. After he was done for the evening, he'd be able to get himself one heck of a deli sandwich. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that Jill had her hand deep in her red hair. Shit. He looked around, trying to see the danger, when a barrel-chested man in a dark suit stepped out from behind the dealer and leaned over Kevin's shoulder. "Mr. Chow, a word, please?" Kevin could tell from his tone that there wasn't going to be any offer of comp prizes. He breathed deep, reminding himself to stay calm. He'd been through this before. He scooped up his chips and shoved them in his pockets. "Actually, I was on my way out. That goddamn roller coaster is driving me nuts." He stood, but the man was blocking his way to the closest exit. The guy's name tag said Alfred, shift manager. His eye sockets were surrounded by sagged dark bags, bloodhound eyes. Definitely old Vegas, definitely experienced. Mr. Chow, we don't want you coming back. You are no longer permitted to play blackjack at our casino. To top it all off, he actually had a Brooklyn accent. Kevin could feel all the other players at the table looking at him, a few of them wide-eyed. Only Jill seemed to be concentrating on her cards. That's fine, Kevin said, his stomach tight. If you don't want my action, I'll leave. There's a few questions we'd like to ask you before you go. If you'd kindly come with me downstairs. Kevin stepped around him and started for the door. He was trying hard not to panic. It was his first brush with the real possibility of being backroomed. He didn't see any security personnel nearby, but he wasn't going to wait around for them to show up. As he pushed through the press of people, Alfred stayed one step behind him. Sir. 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 Kevin kept moving. People all around were staring at him. Alfred hadn't touched him, hadn't made a move to physically detain him, but he wasn't going away. He followed all the way to the exit, stopping only when Kevin stepped through the glass doors to the sidewalk. Kevin kept going for 10 more yards before glancing back. The man was staring at him through the glass with those bloodhound eyes. Next to him was another man, tall, gangly, with weathered cheeks, narrow, ice-blue eyes, and silver hair. Kevin stared at the two of them for a full beat, his breath coming in short bursts. Then he turned and jogged down the strip. At that very moment, a few blocks away, Martinez was fast asleep in a king-size bed in another major Strip casino's largest celebrity suite, his arms wrapped around the narrow waist of a 21-year-old college student he had met 2 hours earlier. Her name was Betty or Amy or Andy, definitely something with a Y, and she was visiting Vegas for the first time as part of her sister's bachelorette party. Martinez had met her at one of the blackjack tables, impressing her with his $5,000 bets and his bright red silk shirt with alligator-shaped buttons. Since his squad had run up an impressive $80,000 profit in the first 4 hours of play, he had called the night early, taking Cindy or Mindy or Libby upstairs to show her the view from the celebrity floor. He had intended for her to be gone by 3 a.m. so he could head back down to the casino, but things had gotten pretty heated pretty fast. Exhausted, he had forgotten to set the alarm. He didn't even hear his two-way emergency beeper going off in the living room of the suite. The team had been outfitted with the beepers, complete with digital screens for abbreviated communication, after the riot at the MGM Grand, but Martinez hadn't gotten used to keeping the thing with him at all times, as Fisher had urged them to do. So he was blissfully unaware of Kevin's traumatic evening. If he had heard the beeper, he might have been better prepared for what happened next. He might have been ready for the sounds of deep male voices coming from out in the hallway, or the scraping of a key in the lock. He might have woken up before the door to the suite crashed open. Instead, it was the girl who awoke first. Her scream ripped into Martinez's skull, and he sat straight up, his eyes wild. There were 3 burly men wearing light blue security uniforms standing in the doorway to his bedroom. "What the fuck?" he managed. "Get dressed," the biggest of the 3 men said. He had frizzy hair and long sideburns. He must have weighed close to 300 pounds. He looked like he owned at least 1 pickup truck. "The casino manager wants to talk to you downstairs." The girl wrapped the blanket around herself and leaped out of the bed, leaving Martinez lying stark naked on the mattress. His face turned bright red as he scrambled for his clothes. "This is fucking ridiculous. You have no right to come in here. I'm a guest of this hotel." "Not anymore," the mountainous security guard said. 10 minutes later Martinez was led by private elevator to a basement room 2 floors beneath the casino. The room was little more than a 20 by 20 cell, with cinderblock walls, a low ceiling, and a heavy wooden door. There were only two pieces of furniture in the room, a steel desk and a matching metal chair, both darkened with age. There were no pictures on the walls, no plants in the corners, no signs of life. Martinez guessed the place had not been designed by the same architect who had planned the lavish casino upstairs. The three security guards left Martinez in the room by himself, locking the door behind them. Martinez immediately checked the knob, no luck. After the immediate shock of the room invasion had worn off, he had regained much of his composure. He'd never been backroomed before, but he knew the drill. It was a game, and as long as he played carefully, he'd be all right. After 20 minutes, the door opened, and a man Martinez recognized from the casino floor entered, followed by the security guard with the sideburns. The casino manager was in his mid-50s, with iron-gray hair and thick, watery lips. He had grandfatherly eyes but an angry jaw, an ugly juxtaposition. He was wearing a tailored gray suit and had a Polaroid camera in his hands. He handed the Polaroid to Sideburns, and pointed toward the cinderblock wall. "Mr. Gomez," he said, using Martinez's alias of the moment. "Please stand up against the wall." Martinez shook his head. "No, I don't think so. In fact, I'd like to leave now." Sideburns jabbed a finger in his direction. "Get up against the fucking wall." Martinez stood his ground. He spoke calmly, determined. "No. I said I'd like to leave now. Are you holding me against my will?" His language was carefully chosen. He had heard enough stories from Mickey to know how this worked. He also knew that he was finished at the casino. They didn't bring in the casino manager unless they were sure. Pit bosses, security guards, even shift managers were trivial nuisances. Casino managers represented the casino itself. The CM rubbed a hand against his thick lips. "We have the right to hold individuals suspected of cheating or committing other crimes at our casino." "Are you accusing me of cheating?" Martinez countered. He felt his face getting flushed. His fear was turning into anger. He didn't like the way this middle-aged fuck was pushing him around. And he certainly didn't like the way Sideburns was glaring at him, taunting him with the Polaroid like it was some sort of weapon. Fuck, they must already have hundreds of pictures of him from the eye in the sky. "No," the CM admitted. "But I do have a report that maybe you pushed one of our security guards. Isn't that right, Jimmy?" Jimmy the Sideburns nodded, grinning. Martinez couldn't believe this shit. It was like something out of a bad movie. "Fuck this. You want to call the police, call them. Otherwise you let me out of here or I'm calling my lawyer." The air in the room went taut as the CM mulled it over. Martinez knew they wouldn't call the police. The one thing all casinos abhorred was publicity they couldn't control. They had nothing palpable to charge him with. In fact, neither the CM nor the security guards had even mentioned card counting. They couldn't hold him, because that would be akin to kidnapping and would open them up to a serious lawsuit. They had no legal choice but to let him go. "All right, you little punk," the CM mumbled. "But you listen to me. You are hereby notified that you are no longer welcome at this casino. If you step foot in the door, you'll be trespassing, and we will fucking arrest you. You got that?" Jimmy the Sideburns reluctantly opened the door, but Martinez took his time leaving the room. The guard stayed with him all the way to the front entrance of the casino, where his bags were waiting for him, hastily thrown together. Luckily, most of his chips were with Michael, his squad's donkey boy. But his silk shirts were all balled together, and one of them was missing a sleeve. Martinez spat as he dragged his bags toward the strip. Kevin wanted to take the next flight back to Boston. He was thoroughly shaken by the aggressiveness of his barring, and especially by Martinez's story. He couldn't believe they had taken Martinez right out of his room. Jill and Dylan didn't think they had done anything illegal. It was their hotel. Maids entered hotel rooms all the time, but they were concerned about Martinez's backroom experience. If they had wanted to arrest him on some trumped-up charge such as attacking a security officer, they could have caused quite a hassle. Jill agreed with Kevin that they should call the weekend short. But Martinez and Fisher both wanted to stay one more night. Martinez was more angry than scared, and Fisher was more concerned with figuring out how badly the team had been made. They didn't know whether the two barrings were related or coincidental. And since only Kevin and Martinez had been kicked out, all of the spotters left singly once they got the signal to evacuate. It was possible that the team hadn't been compromised. It was strange that Kevin had been barred from a casino he hadn't gambled at before. Obviously, there was some level of collusion going on behind the scenes. Kevin described the man with the silver hair and weathered cheeks he'd seen standing next to the shift manager, and Fisher wondered if the guy was one of the private investigators Mickey had warned them about. If so, they were in bigger trouble than just two barrings. The Plymouth agency supposedly worked for many of the casinos in town, sharing information on suspected cheaters and counters with pit bosses up and down the strip. "There's only one way to find out for sure," Fisher said as they conspired over breakfast at a dive a half-mile from the nearest casino. "We finish out the weekend and see what happens." In the end, Kevin and Jill decided to give Fisher what he wanted. The team was too young to consider themselves dinosaurs. There had to be hundreds more casinos that would still accept their action. Kevin and Martinez both checked into the Rio under assumed names, Billy Lowe and Andy Sanchez. The Rio was set a short but reassuring quarter-mile off the strip. A brightly colored, hugely popular casino with a festive, masquerade-style atmosphere, the Rio drew a young, mostly suburbanite crowd. The casino was set in the center of a village filled with shops and restaurants, and periodically assaulted by mock Mardi Gras floats suspended from the ceiling above the gaming area, complete with costumed performers lip-syncing Motown songs. Like New York, New York, the Rio was not a gambler's first choice. The cacophony could turn the most centered player schizophrenic. But it was a good respite from the MIT team's regular haunts. After dumping their bags in separate suites on the VIP floor, Kevin and Martinez flipped a coin, and Kevin won the role of BP for the evening. Both of their squads were going to spot, while Fisher's team sat out the session, enjoying some quality time at the Paradise. They'd stay in close beeper and phone contact, calling the 800 number at regular intervals with updates on how the play was progressing. At around midnight, Martinez and the spotters spread out through the carnival-themed casino, taking positions at the tables. Kevin checked his bulging pockets, feeling the heft of the purple chips at his disposal. They had over $100,000 in Rio chips from past play, so Kevin wouldn't need to resort to cash unless he hit a big losing streak. He walked between the tables, his eyes scanning the colorful casino. Almost immediately he saw Martinez signaling him an oven-hot deck. Kevin ambled toward the table, then noticed that a pit boss was standing only a few feet from the dealer. The pit boss, stocky, with thick glasses and a double chin, didn't seem to be paying any attention, but Kevin felt his adrenaline rising just the same. He was battle-scarred by the night before. He chided himself for acting like Tay, scared of every casino employee who passed by. He had to get over his fears if he was going to be of any use to the team. He sat down at the table and shoved a handful of chips into the betting circle. Suddenly, the pit boss looked up, saw him, and stepped right next to the dealer. He reached down with thick fingers and pushed Kevin's chips back out of the circle. "Your money's no good here." Kevin stared at him. He could hear his heart in his ears, and he could feel Martinez shifting uncomfortably in the seat next to him. "Why not?" Kevin finally asked. "I think you know why not, Mr. Chow." Kevin blinked. Chow was the name he had used at New York, New York. His neck burned as he got the sudden urge to look up toward the cameras in the ceiling. He imagined that all the lenses were trained on his face, matching his picture with a file some fucking PI had given them. Kevin got up, took his chips, and backed away from the table. The pit boss held up a hand. "One moment, Mr. Chow. I'd like to ask you a few questions." Kevin turned and quickly headed toward the elevators. He didn't look back to see if Martinez had left the table as well, but he hoped his friend had enough sense to get the hell out of there. He reached the elevators and hit the button for the VIP floor. He didn't like heading up into the hotel, but he had to retrieve his bag. If he left it in the room, he'd probably never see it again, or the $50,000 in chips he had stashed inside. As he rode upward, he glanced at the fishbowl camera in a corner of the elevator ceiling. He knew they were watching him. He wondered if security guards would be waiting in the hallway on his floor, or in his room. Sweat beaded across his back. The hallway was empty, and he moved quickly to his suite. He pulled the door open carefully, but there were no signs of any security inside. He rushed to the bedroom and hastily packed his bags. Then he headed back to the elevator. He had almost made it to the main floor when his beeper went off, causing him to jump a full 2 inches off the floor. He yanked it out from under his belt and looked at the digital screen. The words blinked across in slow motion, "Get the hell out of there." Kevin clenched his teeth. "What the fuck do you think I'm doing?" "Faster." There was a blank moment, then the digital words continued. "Tried calling your room. Front desk said already checked out." Christ. Had the front desk simply made a mistake? Or had the casino checked him out while the pit boss was barring him? If Kevin wasn't a registered guest anymore, he wasn't certain, but he thought that might mean he had no legal right to be in the hotel. He was safer in the casino, still private property, though somewhat protected as an area open to the public. But walking around the hallways of the hotel, he could legally be considered trespassing, even without a previous warning. Thankfully, the elevator was already decelerating as it reached the casino floor. Kevin put away his beeper and burst out into the village, nearly crashing headfirst into a masquerade performer with red and purple plumes sprouting from his head. Kevin pushed past him and raced toward the exit. He kept his head down, hoping that the cameras would lose him in the crowds of shoppers. But just as he neared the glass exit, he heard a loud shout aimed his way, "Mr. Chow." Just a word. He didn't stop moving. He could hear footsteps behind him, but he barreled forward. He hit the exit and raced outside onto the sidewalk. He didn't stop to look for a cab or think about how absurd he looked, a terrified Asian kid running along the highway toward the strip, his duffel bag clenched tight against his chest. Chapter 21. Boston, Fall 1997. By the time Terry arrived in Vegas that Sunday afternoon, Kevin was back in Boston licking his wounds. He had finally calmed down by the 4th hour of the early morning flight, with help from Martinez and Fisher, who had a less frantic take on the situation. Certainly, something had changed that weekend in Vegas. At least a handful of the casinos were passing around pictures of them, perhaps through a PI firm such as Plymouth, and a couple of their aliases had been compromised. But the team itself still seemed undetected. None of the spotters had been rousted, and Fisher hadn't met with any trouble. Even after Kevin had been kicked out of the Rio, Martinez had managed to play a few more hands before walking out on his own volition. There was no reason to panic, they just needed to be more careful, and more prepared. They would no longer stay in the hotel where they gambled. It was too dangerous. Returning to their rooms to retrieve their bags, and after what had happened to Martinez, nobody felt safe sleeping in the same place they plied their trade. They would also keep a better lookout for approaching pit bosses and casino personnel, usually identifiable by their suits and name tags, so that the BPs could get moving before the confrontation took place. Kevin wanted to avoid Vegas altogether, at least for the next few months. Even though he realized in retrospect that he'd probably been in less danger than he had thought, the race through the Rio had thoroughly disturbed him. But Fisher and Martinez immediately nixed that idea. Kevin had a job outside of counting, they relied on the cards to pay rent. If they were going to continue as a team, they had to get right back on the horse. The 3 barrings were a frightening development, but they didn't change the overall profitability of the team. Even if they burned out all their favorite gambling spots, there were many more casinos to hit. In an effort to mollify Kevin's fears and rebuild the team's confidence, Fisher suggested they hit Chicago the following weekend. Kevin acquiesced, actually smiling as he thought about the quaint paddleboat on the Fox River. Maybe Fisher was right. Maybe a visit to the Grand Victoria was the perfect thing to set his mind at ease. Of the team, only Jill and Dylan opted to skip the weekend jaunt to Chicago. Unknown to Kevin at the time, the couple had gotten into a heated argument the night Kevin had been kicked out of New York. Dylan had thought the barring was no big deal, but Jill was concerned that the team wasn't taking the casino's response seriously enough. She saw card counting as an exciting hobby, but not something that was worth any amount of risk, no matter how vague. She had a career to think about, even a trumped-up charge was enough to put her in a bad light when applying for jobs at conservative corporate firms. Dylan, usually the more traditional of the 2, thought she was overreacting. He wanted to join the team in Chicago but wouldn't leave Jill alone at home for the weekend. In the end, he decided to give the weekend a miss. Arriving at Buckingham Steakhouse late Friday night, Kevin felt the old surge of adrenaline. As Fisher laid out the weekend plan, Kevin dealt himself cards at the table, forcing any remaining fears out of his body. This was his home turf, a casino he had been tearing up for over a year. Nobody could touch him here. Kevin drew the first shift as BP, and the team slowly worked its way onto the paddleboat. Kevin began wandering among the tables, waving at the pit bosses and dealers he knew by name. Everyone smiled when they saw him, and he began to feel more and more at ease. Tonight he was Jackie Wong, the son of a neurosurgeon from Manhattan. He was rich, arrogant, and always grinning. He sat down at Kiana's table and opened up with $1,000 bet. The cards kept getting hotter. And he worked his way into a groove, moving up to the $2,000 limit. Pretty soon, he had 3 hands out, and he had almost forgotten about the Rio and New York. Then Kiana jerked her hand toward her head, spilling her drink all over the table in the process. Kevin looked up in time to see, walking toward him, one of the pit bosses he knew from his very first trip to the casino. The man's name was Robert Steiner, and he had once even invited Kevin to invest in a non-casino-related business he had started. Short, balding, with wide blue eyes and chubby round shoulders, he was a family man with 2 kids getting ready to head to college and a wife who dealt cards during the day shift. Kevin was already out of his seat and moving away from the table when Steiner reached him. He smiled as affably as possible, reaching out to shake the pit boss's hand. Steiner shook back, but his grip was limp, and he had a confused look on his face. "Jackie, we've got a little problem." Kevin tried to remain cocky, in character. "Am I taking too much of your money?" You know I'll blow it all back at the craps table. Steiner looked pained. We can't have you hopping from table to table anymore. Kevin raised his eyebrows. He couldn't believe he'd been pegged as a card counter here, in Chicago. If they didn't want him moving around, they thought he was either back counting the shoes or working with teammates. Steiner was breaking it to him gently because he was a friend, but Kevin was effectively on his way to being barred. This is crazy, Kevin said, feigning indignance. I've been playing here for years. Maybe it's the guys you're hanging out with. Maybe they're the problem, not you. Kevin swallowed, his throat dry. What are you talking about? I came here alone. Steiner pointed past Kevin's shoulder at Fisher, who was sitting at a table at the edge of the gaming area, pretending to focus on his cards. You don't know that guy? Kevin glanced at Fisher, then back at Steiner. Never seen him before. Why would you think that? Steiner scanned the crowd, spotted Martinez standing next to a table by the entrance. What about him? Now Kevin's fingers were twitching at his sides. What the hell is going on, Rob? You know me. I always play alone. Steiner shrugged. His tone was rapidly shifting from reluctant to annoyed. Maybe it's some sort of mistake. But they made the call upstairs. You can't hop tables anymore. But just between you and me, I think it's time for you and your friends to pack up and get the hell out of here. Kevin stood there for a full beat, trying to think of something to say. Then he turned and headed for the exit. Kevin made the long-distance call from the airport. Martinez and Fisher listened from just outside the booth, serious looks on their faces. Kevin waited for the connection, then lowered his voice. Hi, I'm calling from Rob Steiner's office at the Grand Victoria Casino in Illinois. I just have a few questions I need answered concerning our account. There was a brief pause on the other end, then a cheery woman's voice responded. Of course, Mr. Steiner. Jack will be right with you. Kevin slammed the phone down and turned toward Fisher and Martinez. It's official. We're fucked. The number he had dialed had connected him to the head offices of the Plymouth Associates in Las Vegas. Evidently, the Grand Victoria had hired them to protect their casino. Plymouth specialized in cheaters, thieves, and card counters. Lately, it seemed like the agency was also specializing in tracking down kids from MIT. It could still be a coincidence, Fisher offered. Plymouth works for everybody nowadays. And we have been hitting the Grand Victoria pretty hard. It's a small boat, and we're the biggest winners they've ever seen. Maybe we just burned them out. Kevin shook his head. It's connected to what happened in Vegas. They know our faces. Steiner pointed both of you out. But he didn't say anything about our spotters. Martinez broke in. We've all bet big at the Grand Victoria. Of course they've got our pictures on file. They don't know about the team. Kevin mulled it over. Martinez had a point. Not yet. But if they've been watching us, come on, Fisher grunted. You sound like that big fuck. Tay. Maybe they've got a video camera hidden in my ass to watch me take my next crap. Kevin, we're small potatoes. They kick us out because we win, it's as simple as that. We've just got to be smarter. Kevin didn't like his cavalier attitude. Fisher had kicked out Mickey, the one person who had experience with this sort of situation. Instead of taking the reins and trying to figure out what had happened, Fisher just wanted to plow forward, despite the risks. We're playing with fire, Kevin said, moving away from the phone. We've been hit 4 times in 1 week. Fisher looked away, disgusted. Kevin felt like smacking sense into the fool. Martinez stepped between them, putting a hand on Kevin's shoulder. I agree that something's going on. But what do you want to do, give up? All counters get barred eventually. As long as the team survives, we're still okay. And they haven't figured out the team, which means they haven't figured out our system. Kevin let the words sink in. The truth was, despite his concerns, he wanted to believe Martinez. He wanted to keep playing. He certainly didn't want to be pushed around by some private investigative agency or a handful of casino lapdogs. He hadn't been brought up to quit that easily. We're smarter than they are, Martinez continued. We quit when we want to quit, not when they tell us to. Kevin nodded, looking at Fisher. Fisher grinned back at him. What do you say, Kev? Let's go to the counter and book our goddamn tickets for Super Bowl weekend. Kevin chose the MGM Grand because it was the casino where he had first played the role of the BP, the Vegas casino where he felt most comfortable. The casino was wide and roomy, with high ceilings and plenty of easy access to the exits, as long as you knew where you were going. Like every other casino in town, the MGM Grand filled to capacity during Super Bowl weekend, even though the sports books at some of the other hotels were geared more toward the serious sport gamblers. But the MGM Grand, from its giant green lion entrance to its ornate domed casino ceiling, had the appeal of size without the constraint of abusive expense. He checked in under a favorite alias, Ken Davis, a Microsoft employee from Seattle. Not only did he show a credit card and Washington ID at the desk, he let his Microsoft business card fall out of his wallet as he filled out the registration form. He had gotten the card from an old classmate, in exchange for the phone number of a particularly friendly dancer who had moved from the Paradise to one of the local Seattle clubs. Fisher and Martinez had checked into their own Vegas favorites, the Stardust and Caesars, respectively. The goal was to complete a short 6-hour shift, then meet up at the Paradise to discuss their progress. If everything was going okay, they'd return to the casinos for another 6 hours of play. Thankfully, Jill and Dylan seemed to have worked out their problems and were stationed at tables in the MGM's vast gaming area. Tay was playing the loud drunk in a crowded corner of the high-stakes lounge, making friends with most of the cocktail waitresses and enemies. Of all the high-stakes players, Kevin started the night at Dylan's table, moving quickly through a positive 14 deck. He was up $10,000 when Jill called him in to another double-digit situation. Soon he was over $30,000 in profit, and everything seemed to be moving along at a smooth pace. He had cheery conversations with two pit bosses who knew him from previous visits. One even invited him to a private party in the celeb suite of an NFL quarterback watching Sunday's game with a handful of high-rolling friends. Everything was going so well, in fact, that Kevin hardly reacted when Tay suddenly walked by, signaling for him to follow. He waited for Tay to disappear into the bathroom before joining him, somewhat annoyed at the break in play. He found Tay at the last urinal, and sidled up next to him. There were other people in the bathroom, so Tay spoke in a near whisper, difficult to hear, considering that he was a good 4 inches taller than Kevin. "There's something fucked up going on at my table." Kevin sighed, assuming it was just more of Tay's paranoia. "You're betting the minimum, right?" "Of course," Tay said. His breath smelled of alcohol, but he wasn't drunk. Another advantage of his size was that he could order drinks all night and never let it affect his play. It would take a keg and an 4 to get him off his game. But about 20 minutes ago, this guy sat down at third base. He's wearing a cowboy hat and a jeans jacket, and I think there's a plastic earpiece in his right ear. Kevin glanced at him. "It's probably a hearing aid." "I don't think they'd let you wear a fucking hearing aid in a casino," Tay countered. "He's got to work for the bastards. I think he's watching me and talking to someone through a mic." Kevin zipped his pants and hit the flusher with his palm. "That's ridiculous. You're seeing things." "Yeah, I know, I'm a paranoid fuck. But I'm telling you, the cowboys got an earpiece. Kevin wanted to dismiss it as bullshit, but after everything that had happened, he decided to check it out. Go over to the bar and get a drink. I'll take a look and join you in a few minutes. He gave Tay time to clear out, then re-entered the casino. He meandered over to the high-stakes area, nodding at a few friendly dealers along the way. When he reached Tay's old table, he slowed, checking out the players. He saw the man with the cowboy hat at third base, chatting with a woman with frizzy dark hair sitting next to him. The man looked to be in his mid-40s, with matching jeans and jacket and dark brown cowboy boots. He looked like a hick from Texas, not a casino employee or a private eye. Kevin stepped closer, searching for any sign of an earpiece. The guy's ears looked clean. Either he'd put the earpiece away or, more likely, Tay was imagining things. Kevin skirted the table and exited the high-stakes area on the other side. He made his way to the bar near the edge of the MGM's main gambling area and spotted Tay towering over one of the stools. To Kevin's surprise, Tay wasn't alone. He was in deep conversation with a woman in a short leather skirt and a see-through white top, tied off to reveal a sliver of flat, tan stomach. The woman had curly blonde hair and fantastic legs. She had a hand balanced gently on Tay's thigh, and she was laughing at everything he was saying. Kevin could tell from Tay's expression that he thought he had just hit Vegas gold. Kevin was about to give his spotter some room to operate when the woman leaned forward, gave Tay a kiss on the cheek, and moved away from the bar. Kevin waited until she had turned the corner before approaching. "I'm impressed," he said. "That was some quick work." Tay blushed. "I think I'm in love. Her name's Kimberly. She's fantastic. And she's also from Boston." Kevin's eyebrows came together. "You told her where you're from?" Tay shook his head. "You think I'm an idiot?" "No, she approached me. Told me she was from Boston, visiting Vegas for the first time. She wanted some tips on playing blackjack." Warning bells were going off in Kevin's head. Women who looked like that didn't play blackjack. They played roulette and slots. "What did you tell her?" "Just the basics," Tay said. Then she asked me where I was staying and if I had any friends here who wanted to meet up with her. "Friends tomorrow night." Tay's excitement was tapering as he analyzed Kevin's expression. "A bit suspicious, now that you fucking killed my buzz. And I thought I was just getting lucky." Maybe it was Kevin's turn to be paranoid, but he didn't like the feeling that was building in his chest. "Wait here," he said. He moved quickly around the bar, following the path the woman had taken a few minutes ago. He pushed through a crowd of sports fans in NFL jackets, then navigated around two craps tables to the edge of the gaming area. He finally caught sight of the curly-haired woman near the elevators that led to the tower rooms. She was in the midst of an intense conversation with a tall, spindly man with silver hair. When the man looked up, Kevin recognized his weathered cheeks and narrow blue eyes. Kevin quickly faded back into the casino. His breath was coming fast, and his cheeks felt hot. It was the same guy who had watched him from behind the glass entrance to New York, New York. The woman must have been working with him, flirting with Tay to seduce information out of him. There was no way it was a coincidence. The MIT team had been made. Chapter 22. Las Vegas, present day. I was standing in the center of a narcissist's fantasy. My face stared back at me from 20 television screens, piled on top of one another in rows 5 across. When I smiled 20 times, my teeth burning as bright as an unshaded bulb. "It's quite horrifying," I said, and the man seated at the computer terminal in the far corner of the room laughed. The sound was a little too high-pitched, like a balloon squeezed to let the air out. The man looked like a balloon, too, his body built in round concentric spheres, from his oversized globular head to his jiggling, bulbous torso. He had round glasses and a round bald spot surrounded by a round crown of thinning brown hair. "It gets better," the balloon man said. "Move around." I took a step forward. There was a quiet whirring sound from above, and the images on the screens shifted imperceptibly, then resumed. My face still stared back at me in real time. Every twitch was my own, every bead of sweat tracked times 20. "Impressive," I said, craning my neck to look at the ceiling. I could barely see the cameras, each about the size of a roll of film. Most of them were hidden behind smoke-colored hemispheres of plastic, the fish eyes I'd seen in elevators and casinos all over Vegas. Others were uncovered, so I could watch their smooth 360 degrees of controlled rotation. I took another step, and the cameras followed me, writhing like slick black maggots sniffing for meat. "These are just the demonstration models," the rotund man said. "The newer versions can zoom in so close, I could count your fillings or read the time off your watch. And they move a lot quicker than these. We can track you walking across the casino, passing the image from camera to camera, into the elevator, down the hall, and eventually right into your room." I shivered at the thought. Or maybe it was the air conditioning. The windowless showroom was 10 degrees cooler than the rest of the ranch-style home. Located 30 miles outside of Vegas, on the outskirts of one of the many planned communities that seemed to be sprouting up all over the desert. I didn't know whether the frigid air had something to do with all of the high-tech equipment in the room, or if it was just another quirk of the round man's personality. He was one of the strangest people I had met in the course of my research, and I had spent the better part of 3 months in Vegas seeking out colorful interview subjects. Then again, perhaps nobody in the city was more colorful than Jake Eldridge. A transplant to Vegas who had made the journey from somewhere on the East Coast more than 10 years before, he reminded me of the awkward, super brilliant engineering students who wandered the hallways of the physics labs back at Harvard and MIT, shoulders permanently hunched, lips curled in a tentative smirk, hygiene and sartorial skills highly questionable. He had greeted me at the door to his home in a puke green sweater and cargo pants. On the way to his showroom, I had been forced to navigate a minefield of discarded pizza boxes, junk food wrappers, and empty soda cans. Only the showroom itself had been kept in pristine condition, the smooth cement floor and walls glistening white, the steel shelves lining the far wall carefully compartmentalized, items, both recognizable and seemingly alien, lined up meticulously. It was obvious that the showroom was the focal point of Eldridge's life. As he had explained to me while he powered up the video displays stacked directly across from the steel shelves, the room combined both his past training and his present interests, his own double life. Though Eldridge himself left most of the details to my imagination, I had gathered this much from my conversations with Kevin Lewis before contacting the engineer in his cookie-cutter home in the desert. Eldridge had received a PhD from a prestigious university in the East, concentrating in electrical engineering and computer programming. He had worked for a short time at Raytheon, developing onboard radar systems for cruise missiles. At some point, he had grown disenchanted with that way of life and had moved out west. He had worked for a number of casinos as a computer expert, beginning as a high-level programmer and slowly moving into the surveillance arena, accelerating up the security totem pole as the large strip casinos became more and more interested in the new high-tech gadgets designed to protect their gambling interests. 2 years before our meeting, Eldridge had decided to set off on his own, creating an independent surveillance company that would one day design and install entire security systems in any casino willing to foot his substantial bill. Kevin had warned me that Eldridge would be a difficult interview. He was both strange and secretive. I would not be allowed to quote him word for word, use his real name, or reveal any details about his company or his clients. Kevin had met him at, of all places, MIT, a Conference sponsored by the Engineering Department on Developments in Video Technology. Eldridge wouldn't tell me any details about his life, but Kevin assured me he'd be an invaluable resource on the secretive world of casino surveillance. Looking at the minuscule cameras tracking me around the showroom, I didn't doubt this was true. And cameras like these are watching you when you gamble? I asked. This is the eye in the sky. In the old days, Eldridge said, punching keys on his keyboard, there was a two-way mirror that used to run the length of the casino ceiling. Above that were a bunch of metal catwalks. Security guys would walk up and down the catwalks with binoculars, gazing down at the players. You're kidding, I said, trying to walk out from under the pincushion of camera lenses. Eldridge kept them trained on me no matter where I moved. Nowadays, the major hotels have more than 1,000 cameras like these set up all over the place. Everything that happens in a casino is videotaped and beamed over to a command post somewhere on the premises. I had seen pictures of the command centers of some major strip casinos, and they were quite impressive, like an air traffic control station. Considering the amount of money that moved through a casino on an average day, it made sense. And most of the cameras are hidden in plastic bubbles like the ones on the ceiling? Eldridge nodded, his many chins bouncing against one another. He hit another key, and the cameras stopped following me, freezing the image on the screens. The nipples? Yeah, you'll see a lot of those all over Vegas. But many of the cameras are also hidden behind colored one-way glass and false ceiling tiles, that sort of thing. They become part of the decor. And they're switched around every few days to keep the cheats from finding ways to avoid them. Sounds like a sophisticated surveillance system. It's a wonder anyone tries to cheat anymore at all. Eldridge cackled. The cheaters are pretty damn sophisticated themselves. I heard a story about one dude who actually marked cards with radioactive isotopes. He had a Geiger counter strapped to his knees. Others have tried fiber optic cameras in sleeves, buttons, lapels. Others have used red-filtered contact lenses to spot marked cards. But you've got to be crazy to use any sort of cheating device in a casino. You can get 10 years in prison. And they're bound to catch you. Especially if you've got a record or have been spotted before. I walked closer to the shelves, eyeing some of the electronic devices in front of me. I recognized portable transmitters, wireless bugs, and directional boom mics. Why is that? Because guys like me are out here developing the next level of sophisticated recognition tools. Many of the casinos are already using facial recognition software. I'm sure you've heard of it. Developed at MIT. Converts a fluid video image of a person's face into mathematical data by turning physical facial landmarks into an algorithm. This data is compared to images stored in a massive shared database, in search of a match. I remembered reading about an experiment at the Super Bowl a couple of years before, when something akin to this technology was used to scan the crowd. The pictures were then matched up with criminal databases, and a number of hits were recorded. I hadn't realized the casinos were already using this software. The software is getting incredibly sophisticated, Eldridge continued. Now the cameras only need a 25-degree angle for a head shot and can capture as many as 12 faces at a time. How long has this been going on? I asked, thinking about Kevin and his team. Their trouble had begun in late 1997, early 1998. At least a few years. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Pretty soon they'll be scanning every face that comes through the front doors, and matching them with even bigger databases. They'll know if you're a high roller or a frequent guest or a wanted criminal or a cheat. They'll know how you like your room made up and how you want your eggs in the morning. If you've been to their casino before, they'll know you by your face. If you haven't, they'll know you from their shared database. Because more and more, the casinos work together. Sounds a lot like Big Brother, I commented. Eldridge smiled. It's Big Brother's bigger brother. And the technology is just getting better. After facial recognition, we'll move on to thermography. Everyone's face gives off a distinct heat image. Then there's gait, how a person walks. As identifiable as a fingerprint. And ears. Ears are even better than fingerprints, because they're easier to spot and harder to fake. The casinos are going to be fighting this war with everything they've got. And they're not working alone, I added. They also hire private investigative firms to do the dirty work. He shook his head. The PIs are just the middlemen. They provide the data, the digital Facebooks of everyone who's ever been evicted from a casino before. Cheaters and thieves who've been caught on camera, either inside the casino, in the hotel, or on their way out to the parking lot. Sometimes the PIs go even further to get those pictures in the book. They track the suspects as long as the casinos are willing to pay them, digging as deep as the perceived danger makes it worthwhile. But the casinos themselves catch these scumbags in the act. They use high-tech systems like mine to gather the evidence to make sure the cheaters never get inside the treasure chest again. So the casinos are monitoring everyone who steps through the front doors, I mused. But who's monitoring the casinos? Eldridge shrugged. Then he hit a key, and all the cameras trained on me. Chapter 23. Boston, Valentine's Day in 1998. Emotions ran high in the darkened classroom as the team waited for Martinez and Fisher to show up. It was after 11, and Fisher had called the meeting from Logan Airport via a pay phone. The pair had been gone all week, and not even Kevin knew where they had been or why they had gathered the team in the all-too-familiar classroom at MIT. Since Super Bowl weekend, the 12 conspirators had pretty much avoided one another. The team was in disarray, their future as a profitable venture utterly uncertain. In Kevin's mind, there was little to discuss. Somehow the team had been compromised. They could still gamble at a number of casinos, the MGM Grand, the Stardust, Caesars, among others, but the enemy was closing in fast. When Kevin shut his eyes, he could see the man with the weathered cheeks and narrow blue eyes. The image had followed him all the way back to Boston, all the way to the safe haven of his apartment in the South End. In his head, the man had become a specter, a symbol of the unknown enemy tracking them, spreading their pictures all over the gambling world. We need to cool off for a while, Michael said, facing the semicircle of chairs set up in the middle of the room. Only Jill and Dylan were seated away from the rest of the group, right under the shuttered windows. Both of their faces were taut, as if they had just come from an evening of arguments. Strange, considering it was Valentine's Day, and they were the only two people in the room who had anything resembling a meaningful relationship. Kevin hadn't spoken to Terry in weeks. Since both of his last 2 trips to Vegas had been cut short, he had not seen her in over a month. He had thought about calling her that afternoon but decided he had little to say to her. She was part of his Vegas high life. Now that he had been handed a heavy dose of reality, she didn't seem to fit into his world anymore. I think we just need to switch up the team a bit, Kiana offered. Like Fisher, she always wanted to push forward. She didn't care about risk. Her family had immigrated from Taiwan when she was only 3 years old, and she had been raised in a Chinese ghetto in California. She wasn't a stranger to difficult times. Maybe bring in some new players. They can't have pictures of everybody at MIT. I still don't get how they nailed me, Tay broke in. He was wearing shorts and a sweatshirt though it was 30 degrees outside, and even during the day, the sky had turned gunmetal gray. I hadn't even called Kevin in yet. I never raised my bet and purposefully fucked up basic strategy a few times when the pit boss was watching. They knew who you were before you sat down at the table, Jill said. She sounded angry, but it was hard to tell where the anger was being directed. That means they might have files on all of us. And you know how these shitheads think. They lump card counters in with cheaters. To them, we're all criminals, and that's how they treat us. But nothing they do can hold up in court, Dylan countered. They'll never even bring the police into it, because they've got nothing to charge us with. They don't need to charge us, Jill shot back. They just put us on a list of undesirables, and we're guilty by association. Pretty soon we'll be getting trespassed from places we've never been before. Hey, it's been fun. But I just don't think it's worth the risk anymore. The room went silent, everyone shifting uncomfortably. She had put it out in the open, maybe the game really was over. It was exciting when the risks were all theoretical, now they were real, and it was becoming more than a game. Nobody had been hurt yet. But maybe they had just been lucky. Now, this is a grim scene. Reminds me of my freshman organic chemistry class. Fisher was standing in the doorway. His face was surprisingly tan for the middle of winter. He had a heavy duffel bag over his right shoulder. Kevin could tell from the bulges that it wasn't filled with money or chips. Ladies and gentlemen, Fisher said, with a flourish. May I present, direct from Los Angeles, the fat man. He stepped aside, and in walked a ridiculous sight. Garbed in a bright red jumpsuit, folds of flab hanging from his chin, neck, arms, and bare legs, his cheeks inflated, even his lips swollen to twice their normal size. Holy shit, Jill swore. Martinez. You look like a damn tomato. It was the eyes and hair that gave him away. Aside from those distinguishing features, the prosthetic fat and bodily stuffing actually did a pretty good job of transforming him from a 130-pound waif to a 300-pound gargantuan. A burst of applause filled the room as Martinez took a measured bow. Of course, this is just the demonstration model, he said. I wouldn't wear the fat suit in Vegas. It would certainly hamper my success with the ladies. But you get the general idea. Over the past few days, Fisher tag-teamed in, we've been out in LA meeting with a top Hollywood makeup artist. For a small fortune, we've purchased some of the highest quality disguises, prosthetics, wigs, hair coloring, skin dye, available on the market. They can't throw us out, Martinez said, if they don't see us coming. Maybe they know some of our faces, some of our assumed names. Both of these are things we can change. Kevin felt a smile crawl across his face. It wasn't just the sight of Martinez in the fat suit. It was the very outrageousness of Martinez and Fisher's plan. Makeup and wigs and prosthetic disguises, it was taking the system to a whole new plane. As card counters, they were already experienced actors and experts in character camouflage. Weren't makeup and costumes the next logical step? You guys are crazy, he said. But inside, he was wondering, why not give it a try? What did they have to lose? Their dignity? He watched Martinez twirl in the doorway, rolls of fat jiggling beneath his clothes. The only real indignity was in giving up without a fight. Chapter 24. Las Vegas, President's Day in 1998. 3 a.m., deep in the heart of the pyramid. Like New York, the Luxor was a miraculous mixture of modern architecture and Vegas showmanship. Built in 1993, the 30-story black glass pyramid housed the biggest atrium in the world, big enough to accommodate 9 747s stacked one on top of the other. Decorated with Egyptian obelisks, sandstone walls, and hieroglyphic-covered tapestries, the casino was another wonder of the city, tourist-oriented but spacious enough to provide a good gambling environment. Situated in the center of the vast atrium, Kevin smiled at a waitress dressed like a porn queen Cleopatra, as she leaned over his shoulder to deposit a vodka tonic with a precisely tailored lemon twist. She smiled back at him, showing even more enthusiasm when he tossed her $100 tip. She didn't seem to be bothered by his sleek black ponytail, his ridiculous goatee, or the spiderweb of acne scars that spread across his forehead. He was sitting at one of the Luxor's high roller tables, playing blackjack with purple chips. That was all that the Queen of the Nile needed to know. Kevin didn't need to glance down the table at Dylan to see that he, too, was infused with good humor. His hair bright red, his face beaming beneath carefully applied blush, he looked 5 years too young to know anything about card counting, back rooms, or suspicious pit bosses. He certainly didn't look like an advertising executive with developing marital troubles. And his wife, seated 5 tables away, could have passed for a dowdy college librarian, hair tied back in a bun, thick glasses balanced over deeply wrinkled eyes, a blouse that might have been crafted from finely aged burlap. It might have seemed to the untrained eye that if Dylan was sharing his flight home with anyone in the gaming area, it would most likely be the platinum blonde in the room, the 6'5" hunched-over drunk with multiple earrings and visible tattoos who was at the other end of the blackjack pit, nervously pawing his dwindling pile of $100 chips. Kevin pushed $2,000 into the betting circle, winking at the dealer. The $50,000 he had already won that night would make up for his childhood acne and his poor taste in hair. Fisher had been right, Vegas could still be beat. There had been no heat from the pit bosses, and no sign of the gangly man with weathered skin, blue eyes, and silver hair. The bloodhounds had lost their scent. If Martinez and the others were having as much luck as Kevin's squad, newly disguised, reborn under new names and new backgrounds, they could erase the last 2 months' losses in a single weekend. Halfway down the strip, Martinez had to blink to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The 5 hands spread out in front of him were something straight out of a dream, the kind where you woke up cursing that it wasn't real, that things like this never happened in real life. He read the cards again, carefully, speaking in heavily accented English so the entire table could hear, "Brackjack. Brackjack. Brackjack. 20. 20. He clapped his hands together, jabbering loudly in Japanese. The woman next to him hugged his shoulder, then joined the rest of the table in a round of applause. In 10 minutes, the little Japanese man with the dark skin, thin mustache, and baby blue suit had won $60,000, drawing an incredible 5 brackjacks. The pit boss had been over 3 times to offer him comps such as a free stay in one of Caesar's luxury suites, tickets to a variety of sold-out shows, and dinner passes to all the casino's top restaurants. But the poor foreigner's English was so bad, all he did was nod vigorously, "Brackjack. Brackjack." He bowed again and again as he finally rose from the table, shoveling chips into his bulging pockets. The only player who didn't congratulate him as he moved by was the angry little Asian woman with streaks of gray hair and mottled skin at third base who was meticulously counting and recounting her tiny pile of black chips. Kiana would play out the next shoe, then make her way to the designated meeting spot across the street from the hotel. If there were no reported problems from any of the squads, the spotters would return to the tables for a second shift, and the happy Japanese man would be back in action. Back in the moment, Martinez strolled out of Caesar's into the warm night air. Once outside, he lost himself in the crowd moving down the strip. He paused for a moment at a stoplight, adjusting the mustache at the edges, making sure it was still tightly applied to his face. His skull hurt from the crown of tightly woven dark hair that added depth to his own, and he was sweating profusely beneath the cheap polyester suit. But he knew the overall effect was convincing. He could have boarded an airplane to Tokyo without raising a Japan Airlines stewardess's eyebrow. He continued down the strip until he reached the entrance to the home-base casino where both he and Fisher had gotten rooms under the names Nobuo Toyama and Leonard Wu. Once inside the main casino, he headed straight to the elevators that led to his room. He had 20 minutes to kill before he had to join the rest of the group at the meeting point, and he wanted to check his makeup and relieve his polyester pockets of some of the inflated stash. He reached his suite on the VIP floor and used his card key on the double doors. Once inside, he bolted the doors behind him and went straight for the closet. His duffel bag was stuffed in a corner beneath two polyester jackets as atrocious as the one he wore. He pulled the duffel bag out into the middle of the room and unzipped it. It contained about $400,000, mostly in cash. Martinez began taking handfuls of chips out of his pockets and adding them to the stash. He had almost gotten his pockets down to a more reasonable bulge and there was a sudden knock on the double doors. Martinez looked up, startled. There was a second knock, more insistent. "Mr. Toyama. This is hotel security. We'd like a word with you." Martinez's head spun. He looked down at the open duffel and the stacks of $100 bills. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck fuck. "Mr. Toyama, we know you're in there. We just watched you walk through the casino on our camera. Please open the door." The lock clicked open, and someone applied a shoulder from outside. Luckily, the deadbolt held. But Martinez knew it was just a matter of time. He glanced at the large picture windows overlooking the casino's swimming pool. He could hear fireworks in the distance below, and bright flashes sprang up into the night. He was 15 floors up. He had a sudden image of himself crashing through the window, swan diving toward the pool. "Mr. Toyama, don't make us bust down the door." Martinez clenched his teeth. He grabbed the duffel bag in both hands and rushed through the suite, searching for a hiding place. There was a closet in the bedroom, but it was the first place they'd look. He entered the bathroom, his shoes skidding against the marble floor. Then he pulled back the lace curtain, revealing the enormous marble bathtub. "Mr. Toyama. Open this goddamn door." Martinez climbed into the bathtub and lay down on the bottom. He clenched the duffel tight against his chest and waited for the inevitable. A minute later, there was a loud crash, the splintering of wood. Heavy footsteps moved through the suite. Martinez heard the closet door swing open. Then the footsteps moved into the bathroom. The curtain was yanked aside. Martinez looked up and saw 3 angry faces staring down at him. "I guess this looks pretty strange," he said. One of the men grabbed him by the shoulders and yanked him up out of the tub. Another pulled the duffel bag out of his grip and ripped the zipper open. The third man, dressed in a dark gray suit, unlike the others who were in the pale blue uniforms of security guards, pointed to the marble floor. The man with the duffel turned it upside down, shaking vigorously. A rain of cash and chips clattered against the floor. The first guy let Martinez go and got down on his knees, sifting through the pile. He ignored the $100 bills, concentrating on the chips. After a few minutes he looked up at his boss and shook his head. "Nothing from our casino." Martinez stared at the 3 of them. They had no right to go through his money. Even if they had found their casino's chips, they had no legal way to confiscate them. Maybe the brutish security guards and the Neanderthal pit boss didn't know much about the law. Or maybe they just didn't care. The pit boss stepped forward, his face inches from Martinez. "You think you're fooling anyone with that idiotic mustache?" He jabbed a thick finger into Martinez's chest. "You got 5 minutes to get out of our hotel, college boy. And tell your friends, if we ever catch any of you in here again, you're going to wish you never set foot out of Boston." Martinez nodded, stunned. Somehow they had seen right through his disguise. His sense of bravado was entirely gone. He could smell whiskey on the pit boss's breath and see the glaze of anger in his eyes. Casinos were run by big, faceless corporations. But the guys in the trenches were a different story. They didn't like being made to look like idiots. Especially by kids from MIT. The pit boss leaned even closer, so close Martinez could almost taste the whiskey. "We'll be back too. Make sure you're gone. If we find you in here, maybe we'll erase all the tape from our cameras. Maybe you weren't in the casino tonight, maybe you never came back to your room. Maybe you just fucking disappeared." The man laughed, then stepped out of the bathroom. Martinez pressed his back against the bathroom wall as the two security guards followed. The last security guard to leave patted him on his cheek with a calloused hand. "Have a nice night, Mr. Toyama." When they were gone, Martinez sat down hard on the floor. It took him a full minute to catch his breath. Then he hastily began repacking the duffel, praying he could get out of there before the bastards returned to carry out their threat. Chapter 25. The Bayou, Shreveport, Louisiana, 1998. If Kevin had known the true story of what Martinez had gone through, he probably never would have agreed to Fisher's weekend experiment the very next Friday. As it was, Martinez had given the team a soft version of the story, keeping the details to himself. Even so, the event was disheartening. He had been barred from another casino without ever playing a hand of blackjack there. But the rest of the weekend had gone smoothly. Martinez had composed himself and even gone to Caesars for a second shift. The team had won a remarkable $200,000 by Sunday morning, revolving through a handful of different disguises. Martinez had gone from Japanese to Mexican to Eastern European. Kevin had traded the ponytailed acne look for, off the boat, Chinese, finally settling on a Polynesian theme that would have been a perfect fit at the Mirage. Fisher's hair had gone through 3 color changes and was still flecked in reddish blonde, with dark black streaks at the roots. Kevin was enjoying the subterfuge. He felt even more like James Bond, donning makeup in the bathroom at the airport, sometimes fixing himself up in the lavatory on the plane right before landing. Martinez's barring was certainly a bad sign, but the team's overall feeling was that the costumes and makeup might keep them in action for a while longer. They just needed to avoid the more dangerous locales and open up new avenues of play. Toward that end, Fisher's discovery seemed like a godsend. Shreveport, Louisiana. Paddleboats and full-service casinos just 15 minutes from the airport. Lots of blackjack tables, high maximums, and clueless personnel. It's Hicks with chips. We can't go wrong. He had heard about the southern casinos from a friend who played on a counting team out west. The Shreveport casinos, some of them replicas of 19th-century paddle wheelers, were virgin territory for the MIT team, an untapped reservoir. Kevin, Fisher, Martinez, and Dylan would do a recon mission to check the place out, and if all went well, the rest of the team would fly down the following evening. It was decided that minimal camouflage would be necessary, and the 4 team members' disguises were limited to minor changes in hair color and skin tone. They booked 2 rooms at a hotel near the Shreveport airport, then rented a 4-door Toyota and made the short trip to the Red River waterfront. Their first stop was Jack Binion's Horseshoe Casino, a complex consisting of a 25-floor hotel attached to a floating casino with almost 30,000 square feet of gaming space. When they pulled up to the hotel, they were struck by its size. They had been expecting something more rustic, more representative of the ramshackle town they had driven through on the way to the waterfront. In fact, the Horseshoe was the tallest hotel structure between Dallas and Atlanta, with more than 600 rooms. They gave the car to a valet and stepped into the air-conditioned hotel lobby. The clientele heading into the floating casino fit more with the Deep South locale, plenty of denim shorts, overalls, baseball hats, and t-shirts. Kevin had a moment of anxiety when he realized that 4-part Asian kids weren't going to blend in as easily as in Vegas, but at least their ethnicity and their attire, casual, urban, certainly Northeast, would match their big bankrolls. Nobody in a baseball hat and overalls was going to drop $50,000 at blackjack. Once inside, they surveyed the landscape. The horseshoe paddleboat was 3 floors, with most of the blackjack tables situated on the lowest deck. They boarded the boat one at a time, at 10-minute intervals. Kevin was the last onto the boat, taking his time as he wound between the crowded tables. As Fisher had described, the table limits were $5,000, and the spotter visibility was quite good. Kevin sidled into an open seat, nodding at the other players. He put down the minimum and began the count as low cards streamed out of the shoe. He noticed that unlike Vegas, the players were extremely friendly and talkative, often giving advice to one another and tossing comments to the dealer as he played his own hand. The southern accents made the atmosphere seem even more casual and friendly, and Kevin felt himself enjoying the camaraderie, joining in as the table helped a young woman handle a pair of 9s. By midnight he'd called Fisher into his table twice. He didn't notice any heat coming from the smiling, cordial pit bosses who roamed the gambling area, and as far as he could tell, the team play was going completely unnoticed. When they left the boat, again staggered in 10-minute intervals, the quartet was up $50,000. Knowing that they'd be in Shreveport all weekend, they left the money in horseshoe chips, sealing the stash in a large plastic bag jammed into the duffel in the back of their rented Toyota. Rather than retire to the hotel, Fisher voted to head over to another of the riverboats, a Caribbean-themed resort called the Isle of Capri. Kevin wasn't tired yet, so he acquiesced. Dylan requested a short pit stop to call Jill, then they made the quick drive. They gave the car to the valet and entered the Capri one at a time. The Isle of Capri was smaller than the Horseshoe, and a little less well kept. Kevin dubbed it the Isle of Debris because of the lower-class element he saw strolling through the lobby. Once on the boat, he looked over the blackjack area and saw that the tables were packed a little closer together, but the maximums were still high and the visual access good. He watched Fisher, Dylan, and Martinez take positions a few tables apart, laying down minimum bets. Then he began to move in a loose circle around the gaming area. He had made one revolution around the deck when he noticed something odd. 4 pit bosses were gathered together in the center of the blackjack area, leaning over something on a small table. Usually, the pit bosses did not group together. They each had their own turf and conferred only at shift changes or when there was a security concern. Kevin had a sudden, ugly feeling and moved in for a closer look. He found an angle where he could see between 2 of the blackjack tables. Shielded behind a heavy-set man in overalls who was leaning over one of the tables and trying to add up the numbers on his cards. The pit bosses were talking to one another in low voices. All 4 were wearing white shirts and ties, and 2 had on dark jackets. Their expressions were all serious, lips turned down, brows furrowed. Something was bothering them. Kevin craned his neck, shifting his gaze to the table in front of them. On the center of the table was a fax machine, purring as paper spewed out of its mouth. Kevin squinted, saw that the first few pages were covered in writing. Then he saw a new page come out, darker than the rest. Even from that distance, he could tell the page was split into 4 sections, each containing a multi-toned image. One of the pit bosses tore the page from the stream of fax paper and held it up for the others to see. Kevin got a good glimpse of the 4 sections, and understood immediately what the images were. Pictures. 4 faces, all Young males. He couldn't see many details, but two of the faces definitely looked Asian, and one of them had a crew cut. Kevin's throat closed, and he stumbled backward. Christ. A fax with pictures of 4 young faces. A team of 4 counters hitting the casino for the first time. A team that had been nailed in Vegas with increasing precision over the past 2 weeks. Kevin kept his eyes on the pit bosses as he moved to Fisher. Breaking rules and character, he tapped Fisher hard on the shoulder. Get the others. We're getting out of here, now. The back of Fisher's neck turned bright red, but he didn't turn around. Instead he nodded, almost imperceptibly. Kevin moved quickly toward the exit. The pit bosses were still gathered around the fax machine, but one of them was dialing a cellular phone. Calling out the reinforcements. Kevin reached the ramp that led to the hotel and increased his speed. A minute later, he burst out through the lobby to the valet stand. He gave the young valet a $20 bill and told him to get the car, immediately. Martinez was the first to join him. On the curb. A minute later, Fisher and Dillon raced over, both out of breath. What the hell is going on? Fisher demanded. Kevin held up a hand. They were outside, but they were still too close to the hotel for comfort. He waited until the valet skidded to a stop in front of him. And they all piled in. Kevin took the wheel, gunning the car out of the driveway. I think they were on to us. A fax came in with 4 pictures on it, 4 young males, at least 2 of them Asian. One of them looked just like Fisher. There was a moment of silence in the car. Then Fisher cleared his throat. No way. No fucking way. We were in there 10 minutes. We hadn't even made a single big bet. But we were at the Horseshoe all night, Kevin responded, jerking the wheel to avoid a pickup truck coming in off the interstate. They could have nailed us, then forwarded the fax as a courtesy. The pit bosses didn't look like they'd seen any of us yet. They were probably just about to get the eye in the sky to scan the crowd. Dillon leaned forward from the back seat. If this is true, how did they get pictures of us? Martinez drummed his fingers against the side window. Well, if the Grand Victoria in Chicago hired Plymouth, it's possible these riverboats are also working with the PIs. Maybe Plymouth is sending out a warning to all the casinos on its list. We get burned the minute we start to win, sometimes the minute we walk through the door. Then we're dinosaurs, Kevin mumbled, a heavy feeling in his chest. We are not fucking dinosaurs. Fisher shouted, slamming a fist against the dash. You don't know what was on that fax. It might have had nothing to do with us. For all we know, they might be looking for 4 hicks who knocked over a goddamn 7-Eleven. We didn't get barred. Hell, we took $50,000 from the Horseshoe, and they didn't even whimper. You think it's a coincidence? Kevin asked. I think you're jumping to a conclusion, Fisher shot back. Your head's not in the game. We should have waited until they barred us. We shouldn't have broken ranks. Now we don't know what's going on or what to do next. Kevin shook his head, insulted by Fisher's tone. I know exactly what we do next. We get on a plane and go back to Boston. Fisher glared at him but didn't respond. Martinez was still tapping the side window. Kevin's mind was made up. He didn't care what Fisher thought. He wasn't going to stick around, waiting for them to get nailed. This was Louisiana, the Deep South. Kevin had no idea what sort of people ran the riverboats down here, or what they would do to a bunch of northern kids who had taken their money. Suddenly, Dillon cursed from the back seat. Oh, man. We've still got all those horseshoe chips. Kevin's fingers whitened against the wheel. He hadn't even thought of that. He looked at Fisher, then at Martinez in the mirror. Fisher was glaring straight ahead. Martinez had his eyes closed. Kevin knew what they were thinking. $50,000 was way too much to eat. Though he was scared, he had to agree. They had no choice but to go back to the Horseshoe. He drove in silence, doubling back toward the giant lit-up hotel on the waterfront. When they reached the turnoff for the driveway, he turned to face Fisher. "All right," he said quietly. "We'll park the car 20 feet from the front doors. You guys will wait while I go inside and exchange the chips." Fisher looked like he was about to say something, then shrugged. It was Kevin's paranoia that had them on the run. If Kevin wanted to make the exchange, it was his call. Dylan took the plastic bag full of chips out of the duffel and handed it to him. "Don't spend it all in one place." Kevin felt like everyone was staring at him as he moved through the lobby and up the ramp that led to the riverboat. The boat seemed even more crowded than before, and he passed at least 3 uniformed security officers on his way to the cashier's desk. Thankfully, none of the officers gave him a second look or seemed to notice the heavy plastic bag gripped tightly in his hands. There was a short line at the cashier's desk. It took 10 minutes before the woman directly in front of him, short, with mousy brown hair teased up so high it blocked Kevin's view, reached the gated window. Kevin bit down on his lower lip as he watched her place $12 in chips into the tray. With his stash, he was going to blend in like an elephant at a dog show. An Asian elephant, at that. The woman got her cash, 2 5s and 2 1s, and Kevin stepped up to the window. He pushed his chips through in multiple stacks. Normally, high rollers did not cash their own chips. Someone from the casino staff took care of it, trading markers for chips or vice versa. But this was a strategic mission, a quick hit and run. The cashier, a blond man with his sleeves rolled up, looked at all the purple chips, then smiled at Kevin. "One moment, sir." He scooped the chips into a tray, then reached for a phone. Kevin's pulse quickened, even though he knew this was par for the course. Nowadays you couldn't walk out of a casino with such money without someone making a phone call. Any transaction over $10,000 would be reported to the IRS. Kevin didn't like the CTR, but he wasn't overly concerned about it, since he was using a legal alias and a real social security number. He was more concerned about the person on the other end of the cashier's phone call. The cashier stepped away from the window, still talking on the phone. When he came back, he still had that idiotic smile planted on his face. "This is going to take a few minutes. Kindly step to the side so I can service other customers while the boys upstairs handle your account." Kevin nodded, his nausea building as he let the next person step up to the window. This was taking way too long. He considered bolting for the door, but $50,000 was too much to leave behind. He set his jaw, reminding himself that he'd done nothing wrong. He hadn't broken any laws or hurt anyone in any way. Fuck them, if they didn't want his business. He'd take his money and go play somewhere else. 10 minutes later, 2 men in dark suits came from a door behind the cashier's desk. One of the men had gray hair and dark plastic-rimmed glasses. The other was younger, with a puggish nose and thin lips. The one with the glasses had a brown paper bag in his hands. Without saying a word, he handed the bag to Kevin, then crossed his arms. Kevin glanced inside, saw the stacks of $100 bills. When he looked up, the pug nose was pointing toward the exit. "You and your friends had your little fun. Now get the hell off our boat." Kevin felt his face pale as he turned and headed toward the exit. He didn't look back. Step by step by step, he passed through the exit and onto the ramp that led to the hotel. Then he was through the lobby and on the sidewalk. He passed the valet stand and started down the driveway toward the car. He had made it 5 steps when a white van with darkened windows suddenly pulled up next to him, going the wrong way down the driveway. The van slowed to the same speed he was walking, staying right alongside. Kevin couldn't feel his feet anymore, he just kept moving, step by step by step. He trained his eyes straight ahead, trying not to look at the van as it moved with him. When he was 10 feet from the Toyota, he broke into a sprint. The van paused, then its tires squealed as it raced past the car and out onto the interstate. Kevin jumped inside the front passenger seat of the Toyota and threw the paper bag into the back. Fisher was in the driver's seat, craning his neck to watch the van skidding around the corner. "Drive!" Kevin shouted. "Now!" Fisher slammed on the gas, and the Toyota lurched forward. He had almost made it to the other end of the driveway when he was forced to hit the brake. There was a police car blocking the exit. "Oh Jesus," Dylan said from the back. "This isn't good." A bright spotlight stabbed at them from the front seat of the police car. Kevin had to close his eyes against the glare. He sat perfectly still, his hands visible on the dash. He hoped that Fisher and the rest knew enough to do the same. This had nothing to do with the law anymore. If 4 kids from Boston disappeared in Shreveport, Louisiana, it would take a long time for anyone to sort things out. Especially for kids who play cards for a living. A full minute went by, then the spotlight went out. Kevin opened his eyes as the police car slowly rolled past. The cop in the passenger seat stared at him as they drove by. He had a shotgun in his lap. Kevin blinked, hard. There was no mistaking the venom in the cop's eyes. The drive-by had been a warning. They weren't welcome in Shreveport anymore. This wasn't Boston, this wasn't even Vegas. And this wasn't a game. This didn't have anything to do with big corporations and mathematical advantages. This was about people and money. And what measures people would take to protect their money. When the police car was gone, Kevin locked eyes with Fisher. "Don't fucking talk to me about jumping to conclusions. Those cops weren't looking for Hicks. They were hunting for dinosaurs." Chapter 26. Boston, Spring 1998. 3 days later, Kevin got the first letter in the mail, a sealed manila envelope with a return address in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was sitting on the floor in his living room, eating cereal and watching Monday Night Football while talking on the phone with his sister in Houston. Melissa was giving him advice about the stock market when he absent-mindedly picked the envelope off of a tall stack of unopened mail on the floor next to him. He tore the seal, half listening as Melissa briefed him on the future of fiber optics and the financial health of the tech industry. Inside the envelope, he found a few pages of typed, legal-looking documents. The top page was a letter addressed to him, from the Internal Revenue Service. It was a notice of an audit. At the bottom was a phone number he was supposed to call to schedule the first meeting with an IRS investigator. Kevin stared at the letter while Melissa droned on about internet stocks. Then he exhaled. He started to tell Melissa about the letter, reading her the first few lines. Then he cut himself off. "Melissa, I need to call you back." He hung up the phone without waiting for her response. He had known all along that an IRS audit was a high risk for card counters. Often the team would try to keep all of its exchanges below the 10,000 mark per 24-hour period, but sometimes, such as in Louisiana, it was unavoidable. Other times the casinos filled out the forms without even informing players. It wasn't the audit itself that was suspicious, it was the timing of the investigation. Coming right on the heels of the barrings in Vegas and the frightening situation down south, Kevin couldn't help but wonder if he was being targeted by someone who wanted to send him a message. He read through the rest of the IRS papers. Then he picked up the phone and called Dylan. Dylan got Jill on the line, and the two of them talked Kevin into a state of relative calm. He hadn't done anything illegal, and he had declared all of his gambling winnings. Still, they suggested he get a lawyer. With so much money at issue, the IRS wasn't going to back off easily. Kevin hardly slept at all that night. He felt strangely violated by the notice of audit, as if the casinos had somehow reached into his life and bared his private business. Up until then, his card-counting life had taken place outside of Boston. But this was an intrusion of one side of his double life into the other. This was an assault on his home. When the phone rang at 7 the next morning, he was almost afraid to answer it, expecting more bad news. To his surprise, it was his father. "Kevin, I understand you're having some trouble with the IRS. Something about an audit? What's going on?" Kevin rubbed his eyes. Obviously, Melissa had relayed what he had told her about the letter. He could tell from his father's voice that he didn't know anything about IRS audits. He had grown up in a place where any attention from the government was a dangerous thing. "Dad, don't worry. I'm handling it." Jill and Dylan had given Kevin a few names of local tax law specialists. And Martinez already had a relationship with a lawyer who was an expert on gambling law. When the team traveled through airports with large amounts of money, they frequently carried letters from the gambling lawyer to explain who they were. It wouldn't mean much to the DEA or the FBI, but it was better than nothing. "Kevin, are you in some kind of trouble?" Kevin closed his eyes, the phone a heavy weight against his ear. He felt emotion building up inside of him. He wanted to open up, to tell his father everything. But he couldn't. He needed his father to know that he could handle things on his own. "It's nothing, Dad. I've made a lot of money in the stock market, a lot of capital gains. I must have set off some IRS computer. I've already got a lawyer who's going to clear everything up. There's nothing to worry about. Okay. You know we're here if you need us." Kevin felt a tug of guilt as he hung up the phone. He was such a coward. He should have had the guts to tell his father the truth. He was a professional card counter. He had made almost $1 million in the past 2 years. His team had made more than $3 million in the same time period. But something had gone wrong, and in his heart, he believed that this audit was just the beginning of his problems. He rolled out of bed and started toward the shower. Audit or no? He had to go to work, if only to remind himself that card counting was not the dominant focus of his life. He had just gotten the water running when the phone rang again. This time it was Martinez. Kevin knew it had to be important if Martinez was awake before noon. "Kevin, we think we've figured out what's going on. And it's worse than we had imagined." Kevin looked at the letter from the IRS, tacked above his bed. "What do you mean?" "Just meet me and Fisher at Mickey Rose's place, 10 tonight. Don't tell anyone else about it. Not even Dylan or Jill." The line went dead. Kevin sat down on the bed, listening to the dial tone above the hiss of water from the shower. Why Mickey Rose's? And what could be worse than what he was already imagining? Chapter 27. Boston, Spring 1998. Fisher and Martinez were already seated on the couch when Mickey ushered Kevin out of the elevator. Kevin's hair was still wet from his shower after a swimming workout, despite the nuisance of the audit and his long hours at work to make up for all the weekends away. He was still swimming a few times a week. Mickey seemed happy to see him, though there was obvious concern in the older man's eyes. His face was even puffier than usual, and there were dark bags visible beneath his thick glasses. He didn't look like he'd slept much in the past 2 days. Fisher and Martinez didn't look much better. Martinez was wearing a hooded gray sweatshirt, and his face was so pale it almost blended into the material. Fisher looked more angry than tired, his dark pinpoint eyes smoldered with intensity. His hands were balled into fists, the muscles on his forearms tightening into ropes beneath his flesh. "Somebody sold us out," he said as Kevin dropped onto the couch next to them. "One of our own betrayed the team." Kevin's mouth opened. He looked at Martinez, who nodded. Mickey sat heavily on the couch across from them. "It's true. I got this directly from a source at Plymouth. Someone from MIT sold a list of both MIT teams, yours and the Amphibians, to the agency. Names, yearbook photos, Vegas gambling schedules, estimated profits, everything." Kevin's head swirled. "Jesus Christ. $25,000, Martinez said, shaking his head. "They got 25 grand to turn us in." "Who?" Kevin started. "That's the thing," Mickey interrupted. "We don't know who. My source didn't have a name. Just that it was someone from MIT. It could be someone on your team or someone on mine. Or someone who just knows about us. Hell, it could be anyone." Kevin knew now why Martinez had told him not to tell Dylan or Jill. But he was certain that they wouldn't have done this, not for $25,000. They could make that much in 2 weekends with the team. "Are you sure?" Kevin said. "Maybe your source got it wrong." Mickey reached toward a coffee table next to his couch and pulled out a sheaf of paper. He leaned over and tossed it into Kevin's lap. The sheaf was 20 pages thick, stapled down one side. It was a booklet of sorts, photocopied pages split into 2 columns each. Running down the left side was a row of black and white pictures. Down the right side were stats for each picture, including real names, aliases, and other assorted pieces of information. The names did not seem to be alphabetical. It's arranged like a most wanted list. The higher the picture, the more perceived the threat. The top photo on the first page was Mickey. It was grainy, from a poor angle, most likely taken from a video still. 3 photos below Mickey's picture was one of Martinez. He looked years younger, his hair cropped short above his ears. He was smiling at the camera. Below him was Fisher, also much younger. His hair reached almost to his eyes. On the top of the second page, Kevin found himself. He recognized the picture immediately. It was from his college yearbook. He was grinning in the photo, and there was a small bruise above his left eye. He had gotten that during a pickup basketball game that spring. He shifted his gaze to the second column. He sank deeper into the couch as he read the information. Kevin Lewis. Born in Weston, MA, 1972. Graduated MIT in 1994. Next to the graduation date was his current address, followed by his work address. Then his phone number and a list of his aliases. "They've got everything," he whispered. "They know where I live. They've got all of our addresses," Martinez said. "And all of our aliases." It was definitely someone who knew exactly what was going on. Someone who had access to all of the details. Someone on our team or the Amphibians. Kevin shook his head, bewildered. He couldn't believe that any of his friends could have betrayed them. It must have been someone from the other team. Or someone who had been watching them, someone from MIT who wanted to make a quick buck at their expense. When Kevin thought about it, this explanation seemed to make the most sense. $25,000. Wasn't that much to a member of the MIT team? The truth was, they might never know who had sold them out. "So we're finished in Vegas?" Kevin asked. Mickey shook his head. Only the casinos working with Plymouth have access to this list. In those casinos, you're marked men. Plymouth takes a very proactive stance. They've got this point guy, a tough mother named Vincent Cole. He's got a real hard-on for card counters. Kevin pictured the gangly man with the silver hair and weathered cheeks, wondering if he was Vincent Cole. There's a story making the rounds about Cole, Mickey continued. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's pretty frightening. Supposedly, a year ago he backroomed a player from an Australian team he'd been tracking for 6 months. First he went through the regular routine, told him to get against the wall, took a few Polaroids, made him sign a trespass act. Kevin's eyes continued scanning the Facebook while he listened. On the 4th page he found Dylan and Jill, Kiana and Tay. He imagined the man with weathered cheeks scrutinizing the same pictures, matching the faces with video stills from the casinos. After the guy signed the trespass act, Mickey went on. Cole told the security guards to leave and locked the door behind them. Then he pulled out a gun. Kevin looked up from the list. Mickey's face had gone dead serious. He asked the card counter to tell him how much he'd won over the past year. The card counter was too scared to say anything. Then Cole took a $500 chip out of his pocket and tossed it to the poor guy. You've eaten a lot of our chips over the past year, Cole said. But this is the one you're going to remember. Kevin tensed as he braced for the finish. Mickey looked at him, then Martinez, then Fisher. Cole made the guy swallow it. Halfway down his throat, the thing got stuck. The guy turned as purple as the chip. He almost choked to death right there in the back room. Then, somehow, he got it down. Cole let him go, but the poor Australian never counted cards again. He learned his lesson. Probably learned it again when the chip worked its way out the other side. Fisher shifted uncomfortably on the couch. That's a fucking myth. That never happened. Mickey shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it is an urban legend. But I'm telling it to you because I want you to be careful. You make mistakes, and shit happens. To all of us. Kevin understood. Mickey was making a statement, perhaps implying that if they hadn't kicked him off of their team, this might never have happened. Maybe he was right. Maybe they had been too caught up in their success. Maybe they had made mistakes. But at least they knew now, it was never going to be the same. Kevin knew they should have been thankful, they had made a lot of money, and none of them had gotten hurt. Kevin could handle the audit. He had his job, his apartment, and his family. He didn't need card counting. He didn't need to go up against guys like Vincent Cole. Then again, the thought of giving up, just like that, bit at Kevin down deep. He didn't need card counting, but he didn't want to be forced out of it by the casinos. So what can we do? He asked, handing the sheaf of photos back to Mickey. Fisher looked like he was going to jump down Kevin's throat. There are still dozens of casinos that don't work with Plymouth. We can start over. We get new aliases, Martinez broke in. We tighten our security, pick our team more carefully. And we travel more. There are casinos all over the world. Kevin touched his lips. He wished he could be as optimistic as Martinez and Fisher. But he wasn't sure the risk was worth the return. Foreign countries were guided by foreign laws. Card counting in Vegas was one thing, despite Mickey's story, the practice was relatively safe. But Kevin had learned a lesson in Louisiana. And a foreign country, who knew what could happen? Maybe we should take some time, Kevin said, slow down a bit. We get right back on the horse, Fisher said, jabbing a finger toward Kevin's face. We find out the casinos that don't work with Plymouth, and we hit them, hard. We go to Monte Carlo, Montreal, the Bahamas, anywhere they've got blackjack. We can make just as much money as before. Kevin rose from the couch. He didn't want a lecture from Fisher. He needed to think things through on his own. He didn't intend to give up card counting. But he felt they needed to strategize before they forged ahead. The list that had been sold to the casinos had compromised their double lives. Before they could hit Vegas as card counters and return home to their regular lives. But now at least some of the casinos knew who they were. They knew all about MIT, and the team, and the danger it posed. "Come on, Kev," Martinez said, "you want to go to the Bahamas this weekend? Bikinis, booze, and blackjack." Kevin shook his head. He couldn't go to the Bahamas because he would be busy preparing for his IRS audit. Martinez sighed, and Fisher turned away in disgust. Kevin could sense the fissure that was growing between them, but at the moment he didn't see any easy solution. He looked at Mickey, who was watching the three of them, his face unreadable. An uneasy feeling came over Kevin, and he headed for the door. "Kevin," Fisher said. "Martinez and I don't need time to think. We know what we have to do. We're card counters, like Mickey. We'll always be card counters." Kevin didn't respond. No doubt they would head to the Bahamas without him. He prayed there wouldn't be someone waiting for them when they got there. Someone with a Polaroid camera and a $25,000 list. Chapter 28. Boston, Spring 1998. Kevin spent the following Saturday morning with a tax lawyer, going over all of the receipts he had gathered from the past 4 years as a professional card counter. Siphoning through all the trips to Vegas, all the plane tickets, restaurant receipts, and hotel reservations, Kevin found himself filled with sobering emotions. It had gone by so fast, he'd never had time to contemplate the lifestyle he'd chosen, laid out in front of him with a tax lawyer's precision. His counting life seemed almost epic in scale. He was brought back to a memory from New Year's Eve, just a few months earlier. He had been playing the MGM Grand with his squad, running about even with the house. Because of all the recent barrings, this was only a few months after the debacle at the Rio. He had been keeping a tight watch on the pit bosses. Although nothing had seemed out of the ordinary, as a safeguard, he had latched on to another high roller in the high-stakes pit, a man in his mid-50s who called himself Nick, a Hispanic guy from Miami wearing a huge pinky ring and a black velvet shirt. Kevin knew from experience that a pit boss would be less likely to make a scene in front of another high roller, so he had struck up a friendship with the rich Floridian. Nick had made his millions in the import-export business and had recently retired. He now spent his life gambling in Vegas and sunning himself down in Rio. He had a wife, a mistress, and 3 sons, none of whom had ever worked a day in his life. At 1:45, Nick had invited Kevin to a party in his suite to celebrate the new year. To keep up appearances, Kevin had accepted and followed the flashy Hispanic up to his tower room. As the clock struck midnight, Kevin shared champagne with a roomful of strangers, mostly inebriated, middle-aged men dressed in expensive clothes and surrounded by strippers in sparkling dresses and high-class escorts in Versace gowns. Enveloped by so much Vegas glitz, Kevin had experienced a sudden sense of melancholy. Was this where he belonged? Was this who he had become? As the New Year's ball dropped, he had no one to hug or kiss or laugh with. Instead, he had teammates down in the casino who could call him into positive shoes. He had strippers over at the Paradise who knew him by his fake names and loved to dance for his real money. He had casino hosts waiting to extend him incredible lines of credit and provide him extravagant creature comforts. He had a woman who traveled with a football team waiting for him to phone, because she knew it meant another high-profile weekend of 5-star restaurants and sold-out shows. He had a family at home who didn't know him anymore, an ex-girlfriend whose heart he had broken because she didn't play blackjack. He'd spent the last 3 New Year's Eves gambling in Las Vegas. He watched Nick twirl around the suite, a bottle of champagne in one hand, a tall 19-year-old blonde with fake breasts and a tattoo of a spider on the back of her neck in the other, and he wondered, is this who I've become? So we've got 20 trips to Vegas and 14 to Chicago last year, the tax lawyer said, interrupting Kevin's memory. Does that sound right? Kevin blinked, back in the present. 20 trips to Vegas in a single year. 20 weekends in casinos, consisting of close to 40 hours of blackjack a weekend, with 60 hands of cards played an hour. Altogether, that made 48,000 hands of blackjack, in Vegas alone. It was almost impossible to comprehend. 12 hours later and 1,000 miles to the south, Martinez rubbed his sweaty palms down the sides of his untucked, bright red Hawaiian shirt. His body rocked back and forth against an intensely purple cushioned stool as his tongue clicked in tune to the soft steel tones of ubiquitous reggae music. Martinez had been glued to the stool for the better part of the evening, but he didn't feel tired at all. Rather, he was beginning to feel jumpy, perhaps the result of the 3 cups of coffee he had downed in his hotel room before heading up the beach to the Golden Sun Casino. From outside, the casino was a flashback to the worst of the 80s, festooned in bright swaths of pink and electric blue. The massive complex could have made the perfect setting for a Miami-themed disco movie. Its high point was the beachfront location, a soft white sand stretch of coast on the eastern side of New Providence Island in the Bahamas. The casino opened up into a tropical oasis, filled with palm trees, hammocks, and outdoor tiki bars, startlingly authentic to sensibilities used to the plasticine reality of the Vegas resorts. But Martinez hadn't spent much time dipping his feet in the crystal blue water or running his fingers through the alabaster sand. He and Fisher had taken a taxi straight from the airport to a dive hotel a mile down the beach from the casino, then made the trek on foot to the Golden Sun. Unlike everyone else on the island, Martinez was here to work. He bounced his knees, keeping time with the reggae beat. He could hear the chips shifting in his pockets, and he fought the urge to smile. He was up $12,000 already, an amazing take considering how slow the dealers in Nassau worked the cards. He wasn't sure about Fisher, but he guessed his partner was likewise up over 10 grand. They had been passing tables to each other all night, taking turns minimum betting and BPing, making full use of their dual counting abilities. It wasn't anywhere near as effective as team play, but it was the best they could manage considering the situation. Fisher had argued for bringing in the rest of the team, even without Kevin, but Martinez had wanted to keep things manageable until they had a better idea of how deep the betrayal ran. He wasn't as shell-shocked by Mickey's news as Kevin, but he wasn't as fired up as Fisher either. A small-scale assault on the Bahamas had seemed like good middle ground. He watched as the dealer fumbled with the shoe, his chocolate fingers crawling across the cards like they were dipped in molasses. The Bahamanians moved like they spoke, lilting, unrushed, almost musically dragging out the syllables. It was beginning to drive Martinez crazy. The other players at the table didn't seem to mind, 2 newlywed pairs from North Carolina, much more interested in their cocktails and each other than the cards dripping out onto the table. Nassau was teeming with couples like them, so prevalent they were probably listed somewhere as a category of local fauna. Martinez drummed his fingers as a pair of 10s finally dribbled out of the shoe. He split them, just to make it interesting, and threw a glance over his shoulder. There was no sign of Fisher, strange, considering he had signaled that he was heading to the bathroom more than 20 minutes ago. Maybe the sushi from the night before had finally caught up with him. Sometimes raw fish had a habit of doing that, but like the split 10s on a positive 12 shoe, it was an acceptable level of risk. 2 sluggish hands later, Martinez started to get worried. If Fisher were ill, he would have made it out of the bathroom long enough to give Martinez a signal. One of the earliest rules Mickey had taught them was that partners were supposed to look out for each other. Despite the double-digit shoe, Martinez asked the dealer for a mark to hold his spot and got up from the table. He took his big chips with him, leaving a handful of quarters for the dealer to watch. He crossed the casino, passing a handful of college students and cruise passengers from one of the many ships parked nearby. The casino was empty compared to the bustling Vegas resorts. The peak season wasn't for a few more months. The visitors this time of year were newly married, or eager to take advantage of the cheaper off-season deals, or a mixture of the two. When Martinez reached the bathroom, he was surprised to see a sign hanging in the middle of the door, "Lavatory out of service." Martinez was pretty sure he had seen his partner heading in this direction. He doubted that a sign would keep Fisher from his business. He reached for the knob, and found that it was unlocked. He shrugged and pushed his way inside. His feet echoed against the tiled floor. The main area of the bathroom looked empty, bordered on one side by a row of sinks beneath wide rectangular mirrors, on the other by chrome towel racks and funnel-shaped hot air dryers. As he moved into the center of the room, he heard voices coming from the alley of toilet stalls that began a few feet past the last sink. "We're gonna play a little game," he heard someone say in a brusque voice. "I'm gonna ask you some questions, and you're gonna tell me what I want to hear." Martinez's entire body tensed up. He stepped forward, his feet light against the tiles. There was a mop with a wooden handle standing between two of the sinks, and he grabbed it with both hands. His knees were trembling as he reached the alley of stalls. Everything began to seem unreal, as if he were staring down a long tunnel. Fisher was at the far end of the bathroom, his arms pinned behind his back by a man nearly a foot taller. Another man had him by the throat, while a third was standing off to the side, arms crossed. Martinez's heart froze as he took in the scene. Fisher's face was a mess, there was blood streaming from his nose, and one of his eyes was starting to swell shut. He had a dark bruise on his left cheek, and his lips looked swollen. The man holding him by the throat had blood on the knuckles of both hands. Shit. 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 Martinez shifted his attention from Fisher to the three attackers. Two of the men looked Bahamian, the one holding Fisher from behind and the one gripping his throat. Both were tall and muscular, wearing khaki pants and white sleeveless t-shirts. The third man was Caucasian. Although Martinez didn't think he'd ever seen the man before, he looked somehow familiar. He was extremely tall, gangly, with silver gray hair. "How many of your friends are here with you?" the gangly man shouted. "How much money have you won?" Fisher struggled against the hand at his throat. The Bahamian hauled back and hit him in the gut. Fisher grunted, his face turning bright red. Martinez didn't think, he was beyond thought. He let instinct take over. He gripped the mop like a baseball bat and swung it as hard as he could into one of the mirrors. There was a loud crash as the glass shattered and shards rained down to the floor. All three men spun towards him. The man with the gray hair peered at him with narrow blue eyes. Martinez stared right back at him, the mop raised high. He tried to look as big as possible. Inside, he had turned to Jello. "I just called the police," he shouted. "And I called our lawyers. We're going to sue you and the casino for everything you've got." There was a moment of dreadful silence. Then the man with the gray hair smiled. "Who says we work for any casino?" He flicked his head to the side, and the two Bahamians let go of Fisher. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach. Martinez braced himself for a fight he would surely lose. But the three men walked right past him, grinning. When they reached the bathroom door, the man with the gray hair looked back over his shoulder. "I liked you better as a Japanese," he said. The door swung shut behind him. It took all of Martinez's strength to help Fisher to the sink. As he washed the blood from his friend's face, he slowly started to breathe again. Jesus, that was close. Fisher looked at him with his one good eye. "Close? What the fuck do you mean close?" "I mean it could have been a lot worse," Martinez said, putting his hands under the warm water. His palms hurt where he had gripped the mop. "You see that guy's hair? Wasn't that how Kevin described him? Do you think he's the same bastard Mickey warned us about?" Fisher spat blood. He checked one of his front teeth with 2 fingers, making sure it was still tightly attached to his gums. In a way, it was fortunate that Fisher had taken the beating. Fisher was a Mack truck. If it had been Martinez against the wall, he'd be in the hospital. "Vincent Cole?" Fisher asked. "The fuck from the PI firm?" "No way. We're in the Bahamas." "It's only 10 hours or so by plane," Martinez said, leaning back against the wall. "We've been gambling for 12. You believe that shithead?" Fisher grunted. "Right inside the casino." He turned and pointed to a corner of the ceiling. There was a video camera resting inside a black plastic bulb. The bastards probably watched the whole thing. "What do you bet they forgot to press the record button?" Fisher sneered. But Martinez could see he was rattled. He had been beaten up pretty good. If they had been in Vegas, Martinez would have taken him straight to the police. But they were in a foreign country with no witnesses. For all they knew, they'd get arrested for cheating. If that had been Vincent Cole, he had known exactly what he was doing. He had gotten the call from the casino, a client who had recognized them from the Facebook, and had flown down to the Bahamas to teach them a lesson. Or, Martinez thought, he had already been in the Bahamas, waiting for them to show up. Because he knew ahead of time that we were on our way. Martinez shook his head, pushing the idea away. Only a few people knew about the trip, Mickey, Kevin, and a few others on the team. None of them would have done this. Hell, the man probably wasn't Cole at all. There were plenty of guys with gray hair. It was crazy to assume it was Cole. He wondered if Fisher was working through the same thought process. He watched as his friend leaned over the sink, staring at his battered face in the mirror. "I think we need to make some changes," he said. Martinez didn't disagree. Chapter 29. Boston, Spring 1998. Kevin barely made it into the kitchen before he lost his grip on the Tupperware. A dozen Day-Glo plastic containers of various shapes and sizes crashed to the floor, sealed tops popping off in a spray of multi-ethnic leftovers. It was like staring down at an edible Jackson Pollock painting, bold strokes of beef brisket punctuated by pork dumplings and candied yams, angry swaths of grilled asparagus crossing spears with conspicuously jutting teriyaki skewers. Kevin shook his head, wondering why he had let his mother load him up on his way out the door of his home in Weston. His sisters were lucky, the airlines would never let them carry on enough Tupperware to make his mother happy. The impromptu family reunion had been just the thing to take Kevin's mind off his tax problems, Mickey's revelations about the list, and the murky events Martinez had alluded to after his and Fisher's trip to the Bahamas. Rather than wallow in his apartment, trying to pry details out of Fisher about the severity of the Bahamanian barring incident, Kevin had spent the past 2 days competing with his sisters in a decathlon of traditional Lewis gluttony. His usual swim Monday night was going to be a real task, considering how much extra water he was going to displace from the pool. He dropped to his knees in the kitchen and began wiping up the spilled food, using the plastic lids as makeshift trowels. He was just about to see the tiles when he realized that the phone was ringing in the living room. He wiped his hands on his jeans and chased down the incessant sound. He found the portable jammed beneath one of the couch cushions and kicked off his shoes as he pressed the rumbling hunk of plastic against his ear. This better be good. I'm up to my ears in brisket. Kevin, I just got the weirdest email from Kiana. It was Dylan, which was strange, considering the time. Dylan and Jill were both usually asleep by 10 unless they were in Vegas. Kevin wondered if they were fighting again, an occurrence that had become more and more regular in the past few months. What sort of email? Kevin asked. Kiana and Dylan's only common ground had to do with blackjack, and since the team hadn't met to plan any new trips since Mickey's revelations, he couldn't see why Kiana would be emailing Dylan late on a Sunday night. She asked if I could send her all the playing records from the past year. When I pushed her for details, she said she needed them because she and a few of the others were heading to Vegas this coming weekend. Kevin, am I out of the loop on something? Kevin's eyebrows rose as he continued wiping his hands on his pants. Not that I know of. We haven't discussed another trip since we found out about the list. What about Fisher and Martinez? Dylan asked. They just got back from the Bahamas a week ago. And from what Martinez told me, it was a pretty bad experience. They got barred pretty hard. It was worse than that, Dylan broke in. Tay saw Fisher at the gym on Friday. He had a massive black eye and a huge bruise on his cheek. He wouldn't explain what had happened, but it had something to do with the Bahamas. Kevin was more awake now. He was concerned, but he wasn't going to jump to conclusions. Fisher had been known to get into fights. His bruises might not have happened in the Bahamas. Kiana's email was more worrisome. Why would she want the playing records, unless she was planning to schedule some team play? And why hadn't Kevin heard about any trip to Vegas? He was one of the BPs, Dylan was the team's secretary. It didn't make sense. Let me call Fisher, Kevin said. I'll figure this out. Stay awake for 10 minutes, if you can. He hung up the phone and dialed Fisher's number. The line clicked over to voicemail immediately, a sign that Fisher was on the phone and wasn't using his caller ID. Curiouser and curiouser. Kevin dialed Martinez, and found that his phone wasn't picking up either. Kevin was beginning to get concerned. There was something going on, he could feel it inside. He punched keys on his portable, a gift from the Mohegan Sun, and searched through the memory files for Kiana's number. She was the one who had sent the email. And if there really was something going on, she would probably be the easiest to crack. He found her number and activated the automatic dial. There were 3 rings on the other end of the line, then Kiana's voice, Fisher? Michael's in. I haven't reached Brian yet. Kiana? Kevin broke in. His face was burning. There was definitely something going on. The whole fucking team was on the phone. Oh, Kevin. I thought you were Fisher. Listen, I'm kind of tied up right now. No way, Kevin shot back. I want to know what the hell is going on. Why did you ask Dylan for the player records? And what's this about a trip to Vegas next weekend? There was a long pause on the other end. Then Kiana answered quietly, I think you better talk to Fisher. Fisher is a bit tied up himself. Listen, Kiana, I have a right to know what's going on. I'm part of this team, aren't I? His anger was rising. Part of the team? He was one of the big players. He had proved himself over years of play. Kevin, Kiana finally responded, Fisher and Martinez are starting a new team. I don't think it's anything personal, they just want to make some changes. Kevin hung up the phone. His head was throbbing. 2 weeks ago, sitting in Mickey's living room, he had thought about quitting card Counting. But this wasn't quitting, this was being thrown out of his own goddamn team. He dialed Fisher's number and got the voicemail again. He hit the redial with his thumb and got a busy signal. Then he hit it again. And again. And again. Fisher finally picked up on the sixth redial. His voice sounded rushed. "Kevin, I can't talk right now, but you're going to, Fisher, because I deserve an answer. Are you kicking me off of the team?" Fisher coughed. Kevin noticed that his words seemed pained, probably not because the talk was difficult emotionally, but because there was something physically wrong with his mouth. "Not exactly. We're restructuring. You know, we've been having some problems lately. Martinez and I think it's time to reposition ourselves, take things a little more seriously." Kevin squeezed the phone. "You think I don't take things seriously?" "Frankly, no. Come on, Kev. This is a hobby. To you. This is our livelihood. You've never been willing to commit to this 100%. And now we've learned that anything less is dangerous." Kevin wondered if he understood Fisher correctly. "Are you accusing me of something?" "Of course not. But I no longer want to play with anyone who isn't in this all the way. I've sacrificed everything for this team. I don't have anything else in my life that matters. Can you say the same?" Kevin sat there, silent. Did Fisher have a point? Kevin did see card counting as a side passion, not as his only reason for living. But that didn't mean he hadn't sacrificed for the game. And it sure as hell didn't mean he had done anything to endanger them. He began to wonder if there wasn't more to it. He remembered how eager Fisher was to cut Mickey out of the team, because it gave him a chance to make more money. "This isn't right, Fisher. Cutting me out behind my back. It's not personal." "Like hell it's not," Kevin said, growing angrier. "If you wanted a bigger share of the investment pie, you could have simply told me. If you felt I wasn't spending enough time in the planning stages, or giving enough weekends to the team, I would have made some adjustments." "I don't want adjustments," Fisher said. "I want to run the team my way. And that's exactly what I'm going to do." "Kevin, you said yourself that you wanted to slow things down a bit. Take some time to think things through. Well, now you've got all the time you need." The phone went dead. Kevin slammed it down onto the couch. A few minutes later, he had calmed himself down to a reasonable anger level. There was some kernel of truth to what Fisher had said. But it still hurt to be kicked off the team. And the way he saw it, he had two choices. Accept Fisher's decision and give up the lifestyle altogether. Or do a little repositioning of his own. The first call he made was to Dylan. "That was more than 10 minutes, Dylan said. Kevin made his decision while he spoke. "Dylan, Fisher's breaking away and taking most of the team with him. We have a choice, we can either give up blackjack, or form our own team. I know you and Jill have been going through some problems, and I know some of it is related to our lifestyle. But I'd still like to give it a shot. I guess I'm asking, are you with me?" Dylan didn't wait to answer. "I never liked Fisher. That much, anyway. He's a controlling meathead. I can't speak for Jill, but I think she'll pitch in. She likes the life too much to give it up altogether." "What about the others?" Kevin thought about it for a moment. "Obviously, Martinez and Kiana are with Fisher. Michael and Brian will go with them, too. I never had much of a relationship with any of the others, except Tay, of course. I'll call him right now." Kevin hung up a little more confident. At least he wasn't alone. His team would be small, but it could still be effective. And with Dylan and Jill, there would be more balance. Like Fisher had said, all he and Martinez had was card counting. Kevin wanted card counting to be a choice, not a necessity. He reached Tay on the basement line at the frat house. As usual, there was the sound of a party in the background. "I'm a pretty popular guy tonight," Tay said, his voice slurred. It was the most inebriated Kevin had ever heard him. First Fisher, then Kiana. Now you. I feel like a 900 number. So you've heard what's been going on? Kevin asked. Civil War, Tay said over the clacking of pool balls and the shouts of drunken college kids. Revolution, barbarians at the gate. All that crap. I feel like my parents are getting divorced. Kevin laughed. Listen, Tay, I'm leaving this completely up to you. You know where I stand. We're going to take things a lot slower than the old team. We're not going to push as hard, and we're not going to make as much money. But we're going to have more fun. Tay waited so long to answer, Kevin was worried he had passed out from the alcohol. I love counting cards, he finally said. But I don't want to end up turning into Fisher, or, even worse, Mickey Rosa. One day I hope to get a job and an apartment and, God willing, a girlfriend. So I'm with you. Kevin hung up the phone, relieved. His squad was still in business. Kevin was curled up in bed, half asleep, when the phone rang again. He answered because there was only one person. Who it could be. It shouldn't have gone down like this, Martinez said by way of a greeting. But you know it was inevitable. MIT Chaos Theory. Put a bunch of overly intelligent, socially inept people like us together, sooner or later you get chaos. Kevin closed his eyes. Maybe. He couldn't help feeling sad about the team's breakup. It was like a good relationship ending. They had gone through some wild times together. I never told you why I left MIT, did I? Kevin opened his eyes. The dark ceiling stared back at him. He waited for Martinez to continue. Because I didn't belong there anyway. I had already been recruited by Mickey. I knew this was the right life for me. Some people might think I'm wasting my gifts. But I believe this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm a card counter, Kevin. After they said goodbye, Kevin sat there in the dark, thinking about what Martinez had said. It had been an apology of sorts. It had also felt like a challenge. It was the same thing Fisher had asked him, in different language. How much was Kevin willing to sacrifice for the system? How far was he willing to go? Chapter 30. Las Vegas, Memorial Day 1998. Vegas had never looked better. Kevin was spread out on a circular leather couch facing a giant picture window. Below, he could see down the entire strip, from the radioactive Green Lion at the base of the MGM Grand to the glowing spire of the Stratosphere. The logjam street traffic just added to the visual effect, 1,000 headlights blinking like neurons in the glowing spine that snaked down the center of the city. $42,000, Dylan said from the recliner in the far corner of the room. His laptop was open on the ottoman in front of him. Not a bad couple of months, all things considered. Kevin nodded. It wasn't bad at all. There were only 4 of them, and they had hit Vegas just twice since the team had split up. And without Fisher driving them, they had taken time to enjoy the city between 6-hour shifts. Kevin had even begun to play craps, to Dylan's dismay. He knew the odds were against him, but he enjoyed the social aspects of the game, the stimulation of the crowd. Craps was a sort of symbol of his team's new aura. He didn't mind sacrificing a little profit if it made him happy. How does this look? Jill said, entering the suite from the adjoining bedroom. Her red hair was hidden under a jet-black wig. She was wearing wire-rimmed glasses and dark brown lipstick. Her skirt was leather, her stockings webbed. I call it my schoolteacher goth look. I like it, Tay responded from the mahogany bar at the far end of the living room. You should dress like that at work. You'd scare your clients into submission. Kevin laughed. The atmosphere had changed dramatically since the breakup. The siege mentality was gone. With a smaller team, they felt like the chance of getting barred had gone down. And as long as Kevin continued to play craps at the level he was playing, thousands of dollars per roll, even if they got barred from blackjack, the casinos would treat them a bit better than before. A high roller who counted cards was different from a card counter who played like a high roller. We ready to play? Kevin asked, rising from the couch. His reflection danced across the window, lit up by the neon from below. Where are we going tonight? Dylan asked. They had chosen the MGM Grand as their home base and had agreed never to play blackjack in the casino. That left a handful of favorite places where their faces were still good. Kevin had tried to get better information on safe casinos by calling the Plymouth Associates, but he'd been unable to learn anything. He'd considered asking Mickey to get his contact to help, but he'd realized that Mickey would have more of an affinity to Fisher and Martinez's team. The two roommates were cut in his image. How about the Luxor? Kevin asked. He had grown attached to the mega resort. He felt safe in the labyrinthine casino. Tay downed his drink. Dylan shut the laptop. Jill straightened her skirt, trying to cover a few more inches of thigh. Let's hit the pyramid. The elevator opened on the casino floor of the MGM Grand, and Kevin took 2 steps toward the exit, when he saw the blonde wig, dark sunglasses, and denim shirt, its buttons strained by the pent-up bulk beneath the material. Fisher was stalking the back of the MGM Grand's casino, his shades scanning back and forth as he prowled the edge of the blackjack area. Kevin had watched his act before, so he knew exactly what to expect. Fisher would get the call in from one of his teammates, then enter the table rubbing his hands together, commenting how he had just driven in from LA and needed to make gas fare for the ride home. Then he'd smile and start throwing down purple chips. You see that? Dylan asked, leaning over Kevin's shoulder. I didn't know they were working the MGM. They're going to make it dangerous for us to stay here. Jill stepped next to him. Let's tell him to get lost. There are plenty of other casinos to play. This is our turf, Tay chimed in. Let him find his own backyard. Kevin waved them quiet. He didn't like Fisher and his team playing the MGM Grand either. But there wasn't much they could do. He hadn't spoken to Fisher, or Martinez, for that matter, since the night the team broke up. If they had been on better terms, they could have made an agreement to work different ends of the strip. Kevin was sure Martinez would have wanted to reach a state of harmony. But he wasn't so sure about Fisher. He looked past Fisher to the gambling floor. He spotted Kiana and Brian at 2 tables near where he liked to play craps. He saw Martinez at the far end of the room, wearing jeans and a baseball cap. He shook his head. All right, I'll talk to Fisher. He started forward, a numb feeling growing in his throat. Over the past 2 months, he had tried not to think about the breakup in personal terms. But now he couldn't help it. Fisher had been his friend, a big part of his life. Then he had pushed Kevin aside without the slightest hesitation. Kevin caught up to Fisher as he was about to slide into Kiana's table. He put a hand on his old friend's shoulder, stopping him mid-motion. Fisher tensed, then glanced up. Kevin jerked his head toward the bathroom. As usual, they met at the last row of urinals. Fisher was the first to speak, his tone angry but subdued. That was stupid. You might have given us away. You guys need to get out of here, Kevin responded. This is our home turf. We don't gamble here. Fisher reached up and took off his sunglasses. Kevin could still see the fading bruises around his right eye. He had a moment of sympathy, then reminded himself that Fisher partially blamed him for what had happened in the Bahamas. We gamble wherever we want, Fisher said. You guys are just tourists. Go stay at Circus. Or Excalibur. Leave the blackjack tables to us. Kevin realized he would have to be the bigger man. Come on, Fisher. This is ridiculous. We don't have to be enemies. We can work together. You're right, Fisher said, adjusting his wig. We don't have to be enemies. Just keep out of our way, and everything will be fine. So that was how Fisher wanted it to be. It wasn't enough that he had kicked Kevin off of the team. He wanted to kick Kevin out of Vegas. There's room for both teams, Kevin countered. Just not in the same casino. Then take a walk, Fisher said. Or better yet, take Mickey's advice. Know when to quit. He put his sunglasses back on and walked out of the bathroom, leaving Kevin alone at the urinals. Kevin stared after him. What an asshole. He realized it was all about control. Fisher didn't like the fact that Kevin's squad was still in business, because he couldn't control them anymore. Maybe he had assumed Kevin would shrivel up and go away. If so, he had seriously misjudged him. Fisher might have helped recruit him as a card counter, but he couldn't tell him when to quit. Back outside at the elevators, Kevin regrouped with his squad. He rejected my suggestion. The jackass, Jill hissed. So what do we do? Tay asked. We ignore him, Kevin said, watching with the rest of them as Fisher moved through the blackjack pit. Vegas is big enough for all of us. But it wasn't Vegas that Kevin was worried about. It was Fisher's ego. Was it a coincidence that he was playing the MGM Grand? Or was he trying to make a point? Chapter 31. Boston, June 1998. Kevin leaned across the table to light Dylan's cigar as the waiter opened the second bottle of wine. The marble between them was littered with empty dessert plates, ashtrays, and the skeletal remains of a vast celebratory feast. The restaurant around them had gone from bustling to deserted, and a group of busboys had gathered by the entrance to the kitchen, eyeing the two remaining diners with palpably hostile intent. It was after midnight on a sweltering Tuesday. Most of the city had already gone home to their air conditioners and their beds. But Kevin and Dylan had reason to celebrate. The new team had broken the $50,000 mark, proving that the more casually run foursome was viable, profitable, and effective. Apart from the run-in with Fisher at the MGM Grand, there had been no problems at all. No signs of casino heat, no potential barring situations, and most important of all, no sign of the man with the weathered cheeks and silver hair. Kevin swirled the wine in his mouth, though he was too far gone to taste much of anything, and gave the waiter his okay. Although he had to be at work at 7 the next morning, Kevin had no interest in heading home just yet. He felt reinvigorated. He believed he had finally found the balance between blackjack and the rest of his life. We could recruit more people, Dylan said between puffs on his cigar. We could bring in a new crop of MIT kids. Kevin finished his glass of wine. He noticed that the waiter had left the check on the table without being asked. Why bother? Let Fisher run his factory. We're sleek, streamlined, and manageable. Now you sound like a consultant, Dylan joked. He picked up the check and nodded toward the busboys. We better pay this and get out of here. They look ready to mutiny. Kevin reluctantly pulled a roll of $100 bills out of his shirt pocket. He peeled 3 off and put them under the check. I'm still on Vegas time. How about you, another drink at the bar? Dylan shook his cigar over the ashtray. I've got a good bottle of red back at our place. Will Jill get mad if we keep her up late? She's probably still at work. She's working on some big internet project. And hell, she gets mad at just about everything nowadays. They didn't wait for change. 10 minutes later, the taxi dropped them off in front of Dylan's apartment building. The doorman eyed them disapprovingly as they wobbled toward the elevator. Kevin tried to find the button but ended up hitting 3 wrong floors before Dylan pushed him out of the way. Kevin's legs wobbled as the elevator rose toward the 16th floor. His head was spinning, but it was a nice feeling. Everything seemed soft at the edges, even his thoughts felt like they were covered in cotton. He hadn't been this drunk outside of Vegas in a while. He followed Dylan out of the elevator and into a long hallway. He was concentrating on his feet, one step in front of the other, when he noticed that Dylan had suddenly stopped moving. Did you forget something at the restaurant? Dylan didn't answer. Instead, he pointed toward the end of the hallway. The door to his apartment was wide open. Even from that distance, Kevin could see that the living room didn't look right. Oh my God, Dylan said. He rushed forward. Kevin raced after him, still drunk but sobering fast. When they reached the entrance to the apartment, Kevin paused, taking it all in. The place was trashed. All the shelves in the living room had been emptied onto the floor. The couch cushions were strewn everywhere, and one of them had been torn in half, white, feathery. Stuffing coated everything like a fine Vermont snow. The stereo had been upended, and the TV was leaning at an angle, as if someone had pushed it aside to get behind the entertainment center. Kevin turned to face the kitchen, which was separated from the living room by a short open hallway. The kitchen was in similar shape, the cabinets were open, the pots and pans pitched all over the floor. Even the refrigerator was ajar. A carton of orange juice was lying on its side, rivulets of orange bleeding down from shelf to shelf. Christ, Kevin mumbled. Looks like you've been robbed. But they didn't take the TV or the stereo, Dylan said. He sounded like he was in shock. In fact, it doesn't look like they took anything. Unless, oh, fuck. Dylan turned and rushed toward the bedroom. Kevin followed one step behind. The bedroom was trashed, like the living room, the sheets pulled back, the mattress leaning off its bed frame, all the drawers in the dresser pulled out and dumped on the floor. But Dylan didn't seem to care about any of the mess. He headed straight for the closet by the window. The closet doors were wide, the suits pulled back to reveal a plaster wall. Halfway up, there was a hole about the size of a basketball. The plaster around the hole was cracked away, as if someone had pried something loose. Fuck. Kevin came up behind Dylan and put a hand on his shoulder. What is it? There used to be a safe there. It's where we kept our blackjack money. Kevin's face hurt. He felt like he needed to sit down. How much money? There was a sudden sound from the living room. Then a female shout. Dylan. My God, what happened here? Dylan ran out of the bedroom, Kevin behind him. Jill was standing at the entrance to the kitchen, briefcase under one arm, holding herself up with the wall. Her face was pale. We were robbed, Dylan said, awkwardly standing in front of her. He looked like he didn't know what to do with his hands. They took the safe. Jill stared at him. Her expression suddenly went from fear to anger. Is that all they took? Dylan looked around, nodding. Looks like it. How much? Kevin asked again. 75,000, Jill said bitterly. Then she whirled on Dylan. I told you we had to deposit it in the bank. I told you we shouldn't leave it lying around. Kevin no longer felt the wine at all. Horrible thoughts were pressing down on his skull. Whoever had broken into the apartment had left the TV and the stereo. They had made off with only the safe, and $75,000, probably in $100 bills. Either the thieves had been unbelievably lucky, or they had known about Dylan and Jill's blackjack career. Jill turned toward Kevin. Her eyes were fierce. Who knew you guys were going out to dinner? Kevin stared at her. You think someone we know would have done this? Jill kicked a piece of the ruined couch cushion, sending a plume of feathers into the air. Someone was looking for our stash. The only people who know we play blackjack are on the MIT team. Kevin leaned back against the wall. He knew where she was heading. If Fisher had wanted to send them a signal, this was a hell of a way to do it. But Kevin didn't want to believe that Fisher would stoop to burglary. And though Martinez liked playing games, this wasn't his style. Could it have been someone else on the team? Maybe the same person who'd sold Plymouth the player list. Then Kevin had another thought. The list, he said. The Plymouth Facebook that Mickey showed me had our pictures and home addresses. Maybe it isn't Fisher who's sending us a message. Maybe it's someone else. Why us? Dylan asked. Why our apartment? Maybe because you're the easiest target. You're married, you've got a future, good jobs. You'd be the easiest to scare off. Or maybe we're just the beginning, Jill said. Kevin thought about the IRS audit and the bruises on Fisher's face. If this was the beginning, he was terrified to imagine where it could end. 20 minutes later, Kevin arrived home to his apartment. He was relieved to find his front door still locked. He let himself in and warily moved up the steps to the main floor. He hit the lights and stood in the entrance to his living room, making sure everything was in the right place. Unlike Dylan and Jill, he kept most of his blackjack money in the bank. When you're under an IRS audit, you try not to keep huge sums of money lying around in your laundry basket. The living room looked just as he had left it. He continued through the apartment, checking every room, including the bathrooms. By the time he reached the kitchen, he had partially relaxed. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Maybe they were all being paranoid. When the police had arrived at Dylan and Jill's, they had mentioned a number of robberies in the apartment building over the past few weeks. Although it was strange that nothing other than the safe was stolen, it was possible the robbers had been looking for cash and valuables. Maybe it had nothing to do with blackjack at all. Still, Kevin felt shaken to the core. He crossed to the sink and ran himself a glass of cold water. His hand was trembling as he pressed the glass to his lips. He remembered what Mickey had said when they had kicked him off the team, the most important decision a card counter ever has to make is the decision to walk away. This wasn't about some PI firm trying to frighten Kevin out of the business. This wasn't about an IRS audit or a $25,000 list. This wasn't about Fisher cutting him out or Mickey scaring him with stories. This wasn't even about being able to look his father in the eyes without feeling like a liar. This was about him, about his life, about his choices. Was it time to walk away? Was it time to end the double life? He stepped back from the sink and turned to face the kitchen. He took one step toward the door, then stopped, his breath coming in short gasps. The glass slipped from his fingers and shattered against the floor. There was a single purple casino chip sitting on his kitchen table. His mind ran wild. Breathing hard, he rushed to the window. Outside, in the alley next to his apartment, he saw a lone figure standing in the shadows talking on a cellular phone. Chapter 32. Las Vegas, Hard Rock, present day. The casino was rock and roll. The clientele was hip, LA. The music coursing from the hidden amplifiers in the ceiling throbbed loud enough to crack glass. The air was crisp enough to burn my eyes. I entered the circular casino like Kevin Lewis had taught me, bold, arrogant, leering at the gorgeous blonde waitresses in their tight black shorts and dark stockings, walking in long strides as if my cock ran halfway down my leg. My hair was slicked back, my silk shirt open 2 buttons at my neck. My jacket flowed around me like a cape, black and Armani and way too expensive to be anything but borrowed. I paused at the head of the blackjack pit. The Hard Rock was a relatively small casino, a circle of gaming tables surrounding the trendiest bar in town. Here, it was all about the scene, gorgeous models and actresses from LA in for the weekend with their producer boyfriends, A-list celebrities partying with sports stars and assorted high rollers. The decor fit the scene, wood tones and plush velvet, everything loud and young and in your face, from the custom Harley-Davidson motorcycle in the lobby to the Playboy-style grotto pool outside. Strewn about the casino and the hotel was one of the most expansive rock memorabilia collections under one roof, but people didn't come to the Hard Rock to see what the rock stars wore. They came to see the rock stars themselves, or, more accurately, to try and be the rock stars, if only for the night. I hadn't come to the Hard Rock to be a rock star. I was living out a different fantasy. I started my stroll around the blackjack pit, feeling the chips bouncing in my pockets. I wasn't sure how much I had on me, just that Kevin had assured me it was enough to fit the part. I made 2 sweeps of the casino before I caught sight of my partner in crime. Baseball cap pulled down tight over his forehead, thick round glasses resting on his nose, a trace of stubble on his jaw. Hunched over at the third base position of a table at the edge of the pit, he didn't look at all like the geeky kid in the MIT sweatshirt I had met at the airport, or the polished young man who had bought me dinner at Nobu when we first arrived at the hotel. He looked like a guy who was burning his paycheck at the card table because he had nothing better to do. Although he didn't turn his head, he seemed to know I was there. He lifted his elbows off the table, crossing his arms. I tensed up, then reminded myself who I was supposed to be. Guys in $3,000 jackets don't get nervous. I slipped into the table and pulled a handful of chips out of my pocket. As I was trying to figure out what to bet, Kevin looked up at the dealer. "So I hear they got a webcam set up in the pool. Is that true?" The dealer nodded. He had no idea Kevin had just passed me the count. Pool, a +8. I picked out a single purple chip and put it in the betting circle. If it had been my money, I would have choked at the sight of my first card, an ugly 6. But tonight I was an extension of Kevin's bankroll. I was his gorilla. I wasn't going to think or panic or even breathe on my own. I was just going to watch for Kevin's signals. Over the next hour he moved my bet up and down with flicks of his hands, shifts of his arms. Comments to the dealer, the passing cocktail waitresses, even the other players. He never once looked at me. And he never seemed to focus on the cards. Pretty soon I was up $5,000, and my body was so jacked up on adrenaline I could barely stay planted on my stool. I was in the groove, playing the cards like a pro. From my research, I knew enough basic strategy to take advantage of Kevin's cues. I was beginning to feel invincible, when I happened to glance past the dealer's right shoulder. There were 2 men in suits standing a few feet away, watching me play. Both of the men had name tags, and one was talking into a cellular phone. Kevin must have seen them as well, because he suddenly rose from the table. "That's it for me," he said, coloring up his chips. As the dealer traded his blacks for purples, Kevin lifted his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. "I think I'll check out this pool everyone's talking about." He shuffled away from the table, hands deep in his pockets. I counted 60 seconds, the longest minute of my life, and got up to follow him. The two men in suits watched me all the way across the gambling floor. I didn't start breathing again until I was outside, gasps of hot Vegas air billowing against my face. I found Kevin in a private cabana overlooking one of the meandering lagoon's many waterfalls. He was stretched out on a lounge chair, sipping lemonade from a frosted glass. He was still wearing the baseball hat, but he had traded the round spectacles for a pair of wraparound sunglasses. I sat down on a chair next to him and flagged down an anatomically perfect waitress wearing an aquamarine bikini and white tennis shoes. She happily added another drink to Jamie Chin's tab. When she was out of earshot, I leaned toward Kevin. "Do you miss it?" I knew it was a loaded question. It had been almost 3 years since the robbery, and Kevin still got uneasy when questioned about the events of his final days as a member of the MIT card-counting team. He had never conclusively figured out who had been behind the robbery or the intrusion into his own home. He had his suspicions, but he never shared them with me. I had wondered whether the betrayal circled back to the man who had started it all, Mickey Rosa. Mickey, after all, had been spurned by the team and was running competing squads from the same launching pad. But no one on the team, least of all Kevin, would ever voice such a thought, and there was no evidence linking Mickey with the break-in. After the robbery, Kevin had officially disbanded his squad and retired from team play. He still gambled, and sometimes he still counted cards. But the double life he had led for more than 4 years was over. His shift to a more normal lifestyle hadn't been easy. Over the course of 6 months, he had changed jobs 3 times, finally joining a small startup software firm in downtown Boston. He still spent much of his time toying with numbers, but now the numbers inhabited spreadsheets instead of blackjack shoes. As for his winnings, much of the money had gone into a downtown bar he had opened with his friends. Even after 3 years, the repercussions of Kevin's double life had not entirely receded. For starters, he had recently endured a second audit by the IRS. Although he had come out clean once again, he could not shake the feeling that someone was keeping an eye on him, just in case. As for Kevin's old teammates, he had not spoken to Fisher in 3 years. He still saw Martinez on occasion, but there was tension between them, and he doubted they'd ever again consider themselves friends. To his knowledge, Martinez and Fisher's team still carried on their assault on Vegas from a home base on the West Coast, though all of the original members had long ago become dinosaurs and couldn't effectively play any of the major strip casinos anymore. Martinez and Fisher had thus recruited an entirely new crop of whiz kids. At last count, their team had as many as 16 members and had brought in close to $500,000 in the last year alone. Jill and Dylan had gotten divorced 6 months after the robbery. Though neither of them saw blackjack as the main catalyst for their breakup, they wouldn't have discounted the effects of the Vegas lifestyle either. Maybe the pressure had just brought them to boil a little early. Whatever the reason, they were no longer on speaking terms. Jill had moved to Hartford, Connecticut, where she was a high-priced corporate consultant. And Dylan had a burgeoning advertising career in the south of France. Andrew Tay was still living in Boston, spending 3 nights a week at the frat house, fleecing unsuspecting MIT undergrads at the poker table. Sometimes, late at night on his way home to his apartment in the Back Bay, he would run into Mickey Rosa in the halls of the Infinite Corridor, perhaps heading to the classroom with the drawn shades. The latest rumor was that Mickey and Kiana were living together in Mickey's apartment, running a handful of new teams out of MIT. A sort of poetic cycle, one that had begun before Kevin and would still be spinning long after him. "Do you?" I repeated, feeling the spray of the faux waterfall. "Miss the thrill, the money, the game?" Kevin looked at me through the dark lenses. "Sometimes I think about what it would be like to start again. It's different now. You saw how quickly they reacted. You have to be a lot more careful. And a hell of a lot smarter." Most important, you've got to recruit people you can trust. Well, I joked, smoothing out my silk shirt, I've got the clothes, if you're asking. Kevin smiled. First there's this test you've got to take. How to Count Cards and Beat Vegas. An essay by Kevin Lewis. In the movie Rain Man, there's a famous scene in which Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise are making a killing at the blackjack tables in Caesar's palace. Dumbfounded by their success, a casino employee remarks that no one can count into a six-deck shoe. His sentiment seems to make perfect sense. Even an autistic savant / three-time Academy Award winner can't possibly keep track of 312 cards. Especially cards that are streaming past at casino speeds, as many as 8 hands at a time. So the question remains, how do all of the so-called professional card counters make their fortunes, and why is blackjack considered the only truly beatable game in the casino? The answer is actually fairly simple. Card counting is a misnomer. The practice has nothing at all to do with the ability to count the cards coming out of the deck. Nor does it have anything to do with memorizing the order in which the cards are seen. Rather, professional counting is merely the practice of taking advantage of the statistical nature of blackjack. Blackjack is the only game in the casino that is beatable over an extended period of time, because blackjack is subject to continuous probability. This simply means that what you see affects what you are going to see. Blackjack is a game with a memory. If an ace comes out in the first round of a blackjack shoe, that means there is one less ace left in the rest of the deck. The odds of drawing another ace have gone down by a calculable fraction. In other words, the past has an effect on the future. Compare that to the games of craps and roulette. If a hot shooter rolls 3 11s in a row, what are the odds of that shooter rolling another 11 on the next roll? Or if black comes up 3 times on the roulette wheel, how have the odds of black coming up again changed? The simple and definitive answer is that in either case, the odds haven't changed one bit. Again, blackjack is the only popular casino game where what you see affects what you are going to see. This fact, and this fact alone, makes blackjack beatable. It's just a matter of figuring out how best to take advantage of the game's continuous probability. To this end, in 1963, MIT professor Edward Thorpe did simulations on the relative effect that each card has on the player's chances of winning. What he found was that when many low cards remained in the deck, 7s and below, the odds were in the dealer's favor. Contrarily, when there were many high cards remaining, 9s, 10s, face cards, and aces, the odds shifted to the player. Over the years, many different counting systems have been developed based on his work, but the simple rule of thumb preaches that low cards remaining in the deck are bad for the player, and high cards are good. All successful counting systems are based on this principle, and while there are more complicated methods that take advantage of the different relative values to the player of each individual card, the very basic high-low system was adopted by the MIT team. Simply put, the high-low system assigns a value of +1 for all cards 2 through 6, and a value of -1 for all 10s, face cards, and aces. 7s, 8s, and 9s are considered neutral and are not counted. Since this system does not take into account such important factors as a 5 having more negative value than a 6, or an ace having more positive value than a 10, high-low is not the most powerful or even most advantageous counting method. However, card counting mistakes made in the casino are infinitely more disastrous than a less-than-perfect method of counting. My teammates and I felt comfortable with our ability to execute the high-low system flawlessly, and did not feel that the added value of more advanced systems outweighed the potential risk of casino error. In practice, we typically would count a 6-deck shoe. We would keep a running count of the cards we saw, using the high-low system. A high positive count would mean that we had seen a lot of low cards and there were a lot of high cards left in the deck. A highly negative count would mean that we had seen a lot of high cards and there were a lot of low cards left in the deck. According to Thorpe's work, the former situation was more advantageous and meant that we should increase our bet. The question was, how much? We could have used the system employed by Dustin Hoffman's character in Rain. Main 1 for bad, 2 for good. Instead, we decided to try something a little more advanced. In order to figure out how much to increase our bet, we had to first find a way to understand what our count meant. We had to develop an equation that took into account how much of the deck we had seen. Clearly, a count of 14 through the first 3 decks of a shoe is much more advantageous than a count of 15 through just the first deck of a shoe. Therefore, we needed to adjust our count to register the number of cards left in the deck. To do this, we divide our count by the number of decks we have not seen. If we had a count of 15 with 3 decks remaining, our adjusted count, true count, would be 5. We then take this true count and subtract an offset from it. This offset is based on the blackjack rules at the casino and represents the disadvantage that the player is faced with when the count is neutral. In other words, as we calculate our advantage over the casino based on the count, we must take into account the disadvantage that is inherent in the game of blackjack. Remember, casinos wouldn't offer the game if they didn't have an advantage from the outset. In Las Vegas, however, most casinos offer the most advantageous rules for the players. These rules include surrender, double after split, and resplit aces. Typically, our team tried to play at casinos with all of these favorable rules. At these casinos, we would subtract an offset of 1 from the true count. How do we use this adjusted and offset count to make money? First, we must decide on a betting unit. The size of our unit is based on many factors but, most important, on the size of our overall bankroll. Although card counting is statistically proven to work, it does not guarantee you will win every hand, let alone every trip you make to the casino. We must make sure that we have enough money to withstand any swings of bad luck. For example, let's say that I offered you a game where I flipped a coin and paid you $2 for every head that came up, and you paid me $1 for every tail that came up. You would be a fool not to play this game. But if you had only $3, you could lose your entire bankroll on the first 3 flips and never have the chance to take advantage of the statistical advantage that you have over me. This same logic holds true with blackjack. Let's assume you have roughly a 2% edge over the casino. That still means the casino will win 49% of the time. Therefore, you need to have enough money to withstand any variant swings against you. A rule of thumb is that you should have at least 100 basic units. Assuming you start with $10,000, you could comfortably play a $100 unit. After you've established your betting unit, you can make decisions on how much to bet given each count. Simply, you subtract your offset from your true count, then multiply that number by your basic unit. For example, with a running count of 15 with 3 decks remaining, you would have a true count of 5. You then subtract your offset of 1, and your new offset count would be 4. Multiply 4 by your $100 unit, and your bet would be $400. Furthermore, as long as the count is in your favor, you should play 2 hands at a time, taking full advantage of the good cards. If the count is not in your favor, you play a minimum bet and a single hand. Your minimum must be small enough to minimize your losses, while being large enough not to arouse suspicion from the casino staff. As an example, if at the end of the shoe you are betting 2 hands of $500, it looks extremely strange if you drop down to 1 hand of $10 on the next round. A good rule of thumb is to bet a minimum equal to half of your betting unit. So in our case, we would never go below a minimum of $50. Some players will initially bet a high minimum to camouflage their card counting. Normally, they will bet a large amount off the top of the shoe, knowing that at a count of 0, they are at only a small disadvantage to the casino. However, this kind of play can prove costly in the long run and greatly increases the variance of your game. As described in Bringing Down the House, the MIT Blackjack team perfected many other advanced and team strategies to maximize the return on our efforts. Rather than having one person sit at a table for hours waiting on a favorable shoe, we had 4 to 10 spotters flitting from table to table. Big players would be signaled into positive counts, receiving information on the shoe through verbal and visual cues. This proved extremely profitable and prudent, as we had spotters betting $10 a hand when the count was unfavorable, and big players betting thousands of dollars when counts were favorable. We also developed more advanced strategies, such as tracking pockets of cards. Casinos lose money when their dealers are shuffling, so before the advent of the automatic shuffle master, many casinos had very simple shuffles to minimize the time between active shoes. We were able to take advantage of these casinos, since their shuffles were not truly random. Non-random shuffling, or NRS, was a technique many of us mastered, whereby we would track packets of cards from a half deck to a full deck. We would monitor these packets of cards as they moved through the shuffle, calculating the exact number of other card infiltration. This technique was quite lucrative. Other advanced games we played probably seemed like magic tricks to the uninitiated. Many of us could cut exactly 52 cards of a deck every time. If we caught a glimpse of the back card on the deck during the shuffle rollover, we could cut the deck so that the known card would be dealt at a pre-designated time. If the card turned out to be an ace, we would time it so that it landed on our hand. If it turned out to be a 10, we'd use it to make the dealer bust. Other times we would track the exact location of aces within the shoe and memorize sequences of cards surrounding those aces. Then we could predict when whole sequences would come out of the deck. The golden age of card counting came to a close when the casinos began to crack down on us, and, eventually, installed continuous shuffling machines. Although it is much more difficult to make money on a large scale playing blackjack nowadays, it is still possible. It's just a matter of picking and choosing your target casinos. Keep in mind, card counting isn't gambling. We spent hours refining our art and left as little as possible to chance. In my 5 years of blackjack, our team never had a losing year. In fact, we never had a year where we returned less than 30% for our investors. You find a stockbroker or trader who can claim that.